不要随意把它扔出来。如果你扔出来方体，默认算 all in。扔出来方体，默认算 all in。
多少小团团啊？大家可能杀不太掉，以你今年的这个气势来说。我们只要坚持，有一年就轮到你了。坚持下去吧。我插队了，插队。队伍排好，排队。你还年轻，你先要赢那个日本的那个今年的金选啊，那个啊，去年第二，今年第一，我真的觉得好帅。你是在吧？对啊。好像是个小网红。是啊。他能穿 APP 就去了，他打蛮好的。有公布奖项的吗？应该有吧，本来就是。
Hello and welcome to the KPT. Oh. There we are. Okay, folks, thank you very much for being super patient. We have just come to you live. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of an audio mishap there. However, we are online and ready. This is the RDPT Day 2 of the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty. We are super, myself and Akshay Kapoor, who joins me alongside in the commentary booth today. Yesterday was an amazing day, so we can tell you with absolute certainty, sit tight, get your favorite beverage, and put your feet up. Get ready for some tip-top poker action. Akshay, how you doing?
Pretty good, my friend. Pretty good. Looking forward to today's coverage. Can expect a lot of fireworks as this is a bounty tournament, so players are not fighting just for the prize pool, but also for the bounty eggs. You know, the dragon mystery eggs. So that would be really interesting.
Absolutely, that top bounty sitting on a juicy 20 million Korean won. So, I mean, all to play for. And of course, we're going to see a lot of wild actions then from the people just to understand these bounties are worth more than the buy-in at some point. So you have to understand that, ladies and gentlemen, that these players all want to get that top bounty. They don't really even care about the prize money. But of course, I am just joking. We also have juicy prizes up top. Winner walking away with a cool 48 million Korean won. So juicy prize money, around about 35k USD. Top bounty 20 million. We've got two 10 million bounties, couple of 5 millions, 3 millions, 2 millions. So there's big numbers out there for these guys. So watch out for these loose calls. Loosey Goosey wins the bounty.
Well, if I'm doing my maths correctly here, Richard, the top bounty that we have here should be about almost touching $15,000.
And that is absolutely correct, Akshay. 15,000 smackaroos go to that top bounty. And if you're lucky enough and win that first prize, you will walk home with a cool 34,000 USD.
So we had about 402 players for this very event, out of which only 60 uh, come at come on day two to play, and we are gonna find our winner for this very event, who's gonna go home very rich, at least richer than he came in this room. The blind levels are 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind of 8,000. As we see, Mr. You free betting with ace nine of clubs. A really fun sort of tournament. This bounty, as players are incentivized to eliminate other players, as every time they would eliminate one person, they will get a mystery dragon egg, which can result them even like winning even bigger than a pay jump at some scenarios. As we see Mr. Lin with a really nice fashionable hairstyle, holding 6-5 off.
Yeah, and Akshay, if yesterday's action was any indication of the sort of poker we're going to see today, then we are in for a real treat. Of course, yesterday we crowned our event number one, the KPC Baby Dragon champion, Mr. Wang. Congratulations to him once again, walking away with 2 trophies, the prize money, and of course, that sexy winner's jacket. I really need to get myself one of those jackets, Akshay.
Well, all you need to do is just book your flights to Jeju, South Korea, win an event, and you might get that jacket.
Well, of
It's that
course,
easy.
you forgot about one key part. Step 1, book a flight. Step 2, enter the event. And step 3, wait for Pocket Kings. Because we know they love to come.
Well, you don't have to wait; they will just come. No waiting for Pocket Kings.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, we have an inside joke running, Akshay and I, that we've never seen Pocket Kings make an appearance so much as we did in the past 2 or 3 days worth of streaming. So now we're convinced that we need to fly to Jeju in order to receive Pocket Kings more often.
I can definitely spot some familiar faces. Seat 9, I believe I've seen him play a lot, as well as seat 3. And 4, 5, yeah, seat 6 is also like very, very regular at poker tables. She's very aggressive, very good at what she does.
Oh, yes, I know this gentleman for sure. Mr. Lin.
Yeah, even
He is a
yeah,
WPT
even
champion.
well, Mr. WPT champion is in a lot of trouble, spiking a 9 when Mr. Yu clicks his jack. Second pair versus third pair, Richard. What are we doing on the flop?
Wow. Nice. I love it. Mr. Lin just showing us that experience, making a very, very quick fold indeed, not wanting to chase bottom pair for any reason on an ace jack 9 board.
Well, that is the difference between a WPT champion and your normal poker player, because I suspect that 95% of the poker players are not folding their bottom pair on that flop, trying to hit their two pair or trips.
Absolutely, Akshay. No gamble, no future, as they like to say.
But a really smart fold, if you ask me, Richard. Like, he's behind with top pairs and middle pairs, and if even if his opponent hasn't connected with that flop, he would definitely have a lot of equity to continue, as he's opening from earliest position. So he will have a lot of high drawing hands, if not top pairs or middle pair.
Absolutely,
And
Akshay. And of course, at this stage of the game in a mystery bounty, you really don't want to be splashing chips around. It's all about having that big stack so that later on you can apply that pressure and just knock off those bounties nice and easily.
so basically, tell us, like, so the thing is, if you knock out somebody right now, you will get a mystery egg. Is that correct?
Correct. So you get a ticket which allows you to pick a mystery egg each time you knock somebody out.
And I will do more maths. I'll let you know what is the minimum bounty that they might get. Or have you done that already, Richard?
The minimum bounty, I will tell you right now, we've got that.
$350, 360.
That's it. 500,000 Korean won is the minimum bounty, and there are 21 of those floating around.
As we see again, Mr. U with the second pair, pocket nines, fighting with the second pair on the board, King 7 of Mr. He. Well, this is kind of a board that Mr. He's going to find really hard to fold his second pair with King 7, as it doesn't connect really well with Mr. U's range. Turn is an 8, completing a flush, a card that both players are not going to like, as none of them are holding any of the hearts.
Yeah, interesting one for sure. However, I think Mr. Hay is a little bit lucky that that flush does complete here on the turn. Ooh, as I'm saying that, Mr. Hay will just decide to lead out now. Wow.
I think he'll
I
be
mean, that
really
was,
happy to.
yeah, carry on.
Sorry, go on.
I'm just saying, very surprising there, to be completely honest.
Well, the problem there is that like, when he's leading from the big line on that turn, what he's really saying is that I have a flush or at least two pairs or maybe a queen, right? Those are three sort of hands that would lead along with some flush draws. So nines with no heart finds it really really hard to continue on that turn, because he's behind with a queen, a flush, two pairs. So just taking the safer route, and folding his hand, hoping that he could win back his chips in the near future.
I just think
A
we
little bit.
are, yeah, for sure. We are going to be seeing a lot of aggressive plays here, a lot of leading, a lot of controlling the pots. Obviously, that's what helps you then knock off those bounties. So I think players need to adjust accordingly. And like we always talk about, actually, I think this is an extremely important moment where they need to start picking up that table information and the player tells.
As we see Mr. Lin going for a limp from the cutoff position. Very interesting. What do you make of these limps from late position, Richard?
I like him with our nutted hands, but I don't like him with the Queen Jack O. Definitely not. What about you?
Well, I mean, if you construct your range for limping, you definitely want to have really strong hands, hands like aces, kings, ace king, and then when you are talking about some marginal hands, I would rather have like suited part of that, so that if I get ISO, I can at least call. And queen jack off is one of
Agreed.
those cards. When you get ISO, you really don't want to call, because the hands that would ISO you can be hands like king queen, ace queen, king jack, and then you end up not having the best of it on the flops, even when you hit top pairs. Right here, as we see Mr. Yu raising his option with ace 5, and Mr. Lin calling with queen jack off, and now Yu has a pair of 5, but he's out of position, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can navigate and win this hand.
Yeah, maybe a lead out here would be good from you.
Well, he's kind of increased the size of the pot with a very marginal hand, and he's playing out of position versus a very accomplished player. So, I mean, it's not going to be easy, that I can tell you. Goes check check on the flop. Turn doesn't change anything. Lin not taking the bait.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting line from Lin.
As we bring the action camera for our viewers, where they can see both the players at the same time.
I mean,
And
so Lin was playing 13 bigs start of the hand, right? And then he limps in from the cutoff Queen Jack O, King high flop, check check, and then turn check fold.
no,
Interesting.
turn bet fold. Turn bet fold.
Bet fold.
You can't
Sorry, bet.
you
Of
can't
course.
check fold, Richard. It's not allowed.
Sorry, bet fold, of course. Sorry. So interesting line there. What is Lin trying to achieve then pre-flop with the limp? I don't get it.
Probably trying to see the 3 cards on the flop, trying to hit something.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, but I don't like the selection of the hands. But I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a limping strategy, which I don't have in my game at the moment. So he would know more of his strategy than me.
This
I'm
is
not a huge
completely correct.
yeah, I'm not like a huge believer of limping, but as they say, limping is pimping these days. This is 2024, so I mean,
Yeah, I am pretty polar in my strategy, sub 15. Well, Lin must have known something, actually, and just wanted to protect those last chips for when he got aces. And he's going to be loving aggression from Che, pocket tens, under the gun, raising into the aces of Lin. He limped Queen Jack O. Let's see how he decides to play this one.
I'm choosing to just flat call with pocket aces, only having 11 big blinds.
Oh my goodness, Akshay.
Well, he definitely knew something that we didn't, as he, as Mr. Yu wakes up with pocket queens, the mamacitas.
All in. Wow.
Top over pocket
Wow.
king.
What is happening? Oh my goodness, Akshay, we have got a cooler inbound. Tens, queens, kings, aces. Oh my goodness. Which way is this one going, Akshay? Quick side bet.
Kings.
Tens.
Have to go with kings. All
Wow,
right.
wow, we.
Pocket aces still in lead. And the river is a queen. We are gonna see three people get knocked out from this very tournament. Well, that is one way to start this tournament when we have pocket aces, pocket tens, pocket kings, pocket queens going all in. Only 60 people left. Mr. Use that queen on the river. There we go. These are the chip counts. Mr. U is gonna have 737,000 chips. Cooler of the century. Pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket queens, and pocket tens all going to the war. And pocket queens, the mamacitas, winning the pot. A very big pot indeed. And we see three eliminations from this very hand. He is gonna get some those juicy bounties, which we are gonna draw during our first break of the live stream. I really request you guys not to go anywhere during our first break so you can see the excitement of drawing these bounty, these mystery eggs. As we find more players to join us on the feature table, we see only 51 people remain now. Out of the 400 players, 402 players that started the day, you definitely get that advantage when you are wearing a Red Dragon Poker Tour merchandise. As we can see, a lot of players rocking our merchandise, rocking the patch of Red Dragon Poker Tour. You're watching day 2 of the Mystery Egg Dragon Bounty Tournament. So basically, I think our tech team is playing a little joke on Richard. That is why you can't hear him. He's been put on mute again. Maybe got really excited seeing aces, kings, queens, and tens. Poor guy would must be speaking in the background and finds out after 10 minutes that he's on mute. Uh, funny business here happening as we watch the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2 happening in beautiful Jeju, South Korea. We have players all over the world come and play here and showcase their skills, their talent, their poker knowledge as they try to win thousands and thousands of dollars. Well, these are the updated chip counts as we see Mr. Yu with a massive stack of 700k as he knocks out 3 opponents with his pocket queens, getting lucky on the river. This is probably one of the most exciting tournament structure. Very slow structure, giving you a lot of play. As we see Mr. He open up the action with pocket 8, the num nums. And you can find Mr. Richard Cooper in our YouTube comment section as he tries to unmute himself. Maybe Richard can commentate from the YouTube chat, guys. There we go. I think he's back. I hear someone talk in the
Alrighty.
background.
Thank you, folks. As they say, they can knock us down, but they will never keep us down. I am back.
Welcome back, Richard. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. We got a little bit excited. Obviously, a massive cooler there in the previous hand. And wow, wow, wee wow, just like that, guys. We did say this would be an electrifying day. So please don't take your eyes off of the screen for even just a second, because otherwise you may miss some of this crazy action.
Well, maybe Richard yelled, looking at aces, kings, queens, and tens, that the tech team had to mute him. As we see Mr. U with ace 3 off on 10 10 6, deep in the tank, deciding what to do. With his ace high on 10 10 6, well, he's gonna go for a bet and put a lot of pressure on his opponent with pocket eights. It's half pot, 66,000. Well, Mr. He has decided to move all in, check raise all in with pocket eights. He's not afraid of Mr. U having a 10. And there we go. He's gonna win a pot of 133,000, solidifying his chip stack. As we see
Yeah,
Richard.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. As I was saying, actually, the nice thing about the RDPT Poker Tour, they always bring you the rabbit, which is always very, very nice to us to see what would have been, what could have been, or what should have been.
Richard, what are your thoughts on this type of format in poker, the bounty tournament, where players are playing for both the prize pool and the bounty pool?
Yeah, so personally, I love the mystery bounty format. Always adds that extra little bit of excitement into things, especially live, because there's something to be said about having one of those tokens that you can see in front of some of those players and knowing that there's a prize coming to you, no matter what happens at the table. What about you, Akshay?
I love them. They are in demand. People are enjoying it, and it kind of increases the element of gamble. But if there's actually a lot of study material that is available over the internet that you can study and become a better bounty player, because these bounties are actually worth a lot, and sometimes they're actually worth more than their pay jumps. Like you could actually like win one and actually go home, with more money than someone who will probably finish second or third in the tournament.
Absolutely. Have you done any study with Alex Theologus, the Greek bounty killer?
Well, I have, but it was kind of very complicated for me. It was like very advanced. Like we used to have sessions with Pondidi,
Yes.
one-on-one and group session, where he used to teach us about the bounty maths and other things. And like for it is kind of complicated. It is probably one of the most advanced topics, and that is why. Well, I will hold that thought as we see Queen Jack versus Ace Jack.
Yeah, Ace Jack
and then
here
I
for Mr. Lou, all in and at risk, 68,000, all that he finds behind himself. And wow, wow, we wow, pray to the gods, and they will provide. Ace Jack 6, very beautiful for him indeed. Nice double up for Mr. Lou, just when he needed it. We'd love to see the short stack improve up to 26 big blinds now. And Akshay, please carry on.
Yeah, as I was saying, like studying these bounty tournaments is actually very complicated, and that is why it is very good to play them, because most of the people, even the pros, have not studied the bounty math, as it is not an easy one. So it kind of levels the ground for amateurs, the recreationals, even the full-time poker players, because they don't have a really good idea on how to calculate the bounty math. What I actually understood when I was trying to learn it is there is a number that is given to your starting stack, and then you do some addition and some subtraction to find out what the bounty is actually worth. But in mystery bounty, the maths won't work, because you don't know what that bounty is worth, right? Like that bounty can be worth, let's say, $500, or it could be worth $15,000, and that can change anything and everything.
Absolutely, but I think that's why you need to kind of run a Monte Carlo simulation in that position and then just work out the mean bounty, right? The average bounty that your opponent's head could be worth, and then factor that into your decision. Because obviously there has to be some form of mass behind the mystery. I just did Pundidi's and Pads's mystery bounty, bounty series, 10, 12 videos that they released, and was very, very interesting and quite easy to understand. So I can recommend that if you haven't taken any of their newer content, maybe have a look at that. They've definitely simplified it quite significantly.
Well, definitely, I will do that. I shall do that, because these tournaments are on rise, and anywhere that you go and plan to play, you will always find two or three bounty tournaments happening, with all the stakes being offered. Especially they are even
Absolutely.
increasing. They are even increasing, on online platforms as well.
Hmm. Where do you do most of your online grinding? On regulators
Well,
or apps?
in India, you're only allowed to play versus your Indian opponents.
Oh,
So
okay.
we do have Indian poker sites
Okay.
that run tournaments on day-to-day basis, and we do have a really, I won't say a poker boom as of now, but we have a lot of good players coming out of India.
Oh, yes, that's for sure. I know a bunch of great Indian players that navigate the Asian poker scene, including some of your friends.
Well, I believe most of them should be my friends if they're if they're good players. If they're bad players, I don't know anything about them. No, but I feel lucky to be part of such a group that kind of studies poker every day and try to increase their edge even after achieving so much. As we
Absolutely.
see Mr. Lee move all in with Ace 5 off from the big blind, and Mr. Leng is gonna call it off with pocket aces, the Rockets. A standard jam by Mr. Lee, 13 big blinds playing from the big blind. As we see a flop of King Queen 3, no help to Ace 5, needs runner runner. That turn card is not part of the runner, and we are going to lose a player from this feature table. They're dropping like flies, as we say it over here. Yet to hear Richard sing that song for us.
That only happens after the third or fourth hour of streaming.
Fair enough.
So where is your next live trip going to be, Akshay?
I'm planning to either play the USOP that is happening in September, the early September, I believe, or Poker Dream happening in Jeju. I think
Nice.
those should be my next live stops. Um, as I'm like, I might be part of one of the like a poker reality shows here in India at like, probably mid September. So that might make me unavailable to play the USOP that is happening. I believe it is happening in early September, and then we
Yes,
have
it is.
later on we have Poker Dream happening. Um, I believe starts from 25th of September,
Correct.
if I'm correct. Yeah. So that
Well,
that those are my plans. What about you?
um, I don't really have many plans for playing because I'm doing a lot of commentary. So I do all of the
Hmm.
commentary for the Poker Dream stops. So I should be seeing you in Jeju next. But I might do a sneaky trip to the USOP. I was thinking about playing.
That's very interesting.
But luckily
As we
in Thailand, excuse me, we have great platforms. We've got a version of GG Poker in Thailand called Natural 8, which is great. And so that allows us to play with all folks around the world from our living rooms.
as we see Miss Cheng call with pocket eights. My bad, sorry, Miss Wang call with pocket eights and spike an eight on the turn. Mr. He is in a lot of trouble. Well, he decided to bet the flop, and now Miss Wang has turned a set of pocket eights. As we see Mr. He continue betting 32,000 on the turn, just with Queen High. Well, Miss Wang trying to decide what to do now with her pocket eights. Well, Mr. He playing some fearless poker, betting with Queen High on the flop and on the turn, not afraid of Miss Wang's holding as she turns a set of pocket eights, going all in, and that is gonna make Mr. He fold his Queen High bluff. What are your thoughts on that turn jam, Mr. Richard?
Um, I think I think we could have just called or maybe raised small.
Well, these
I mean, what?
are the mystery eggs.
Yeah.
A little glimpse of those golden mystery eggs. I would have also called myself there, Richard. The board was not that connected. Only a flush draw was present, and I mean, it's fine. If he hits his flush on the river. Like, I don't want to deny my equity, but I can understand why she decided to jam, because um, there was a bet on the flop, there was a bet on the turn, and when players are betting on two streets even after getting called on one, they are normally strong. So she's attacking that. She's attacking the top pair, the top range of her opponent. As we see pocket kings make an appearance, this is the second time that they come on the feature table out of the five hands that we've seen, and that is why you should go and play here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, because pocket kings will come to you even if you ask for them or not, especially on the feature table. Like, we should have a counter of pocket kings, like how many times they've come on the feature table.
I like her sizing.
And I was just about to tell you that she is one of the most aggressive female poker players I've ever played. Very active, very serious about her game, and she doesn't give much about through her facial expressions if she has a bluff or value. As we see Mr. Yu deep in the tank with King Jack of clubs, playing 66 big blinds.
Wow. I like her. She's amazing. No fear. I love it. Obviously, there with the pocket kings, the sizing is nice. It's interesting. I think, the king jack could have even called there. It's a good price. You unblock any of the aces that they're trying. You do kind of block some primos though, which is probably a factor as to why he folded. But yeah, wow, nice aggression.
Or maybe it was the fear playing out of position. I'm pretty sure that he would have played versus her before, as we see him on the feature table. And I'm pretty confident that if you played with her before, you know that you really don't want to play out of position, especially in a three-bet pot against her. Um, as she's very, very good post flop. Um, I think she could be one of the most fearless player in the entire room. Definitely one of the most aggressive females that we have in the game. And she's not really afraid of going post flop, as she has a lot of skill edge, I would say, over these opponents. And normally, a professional poker player is never scared to go post flop, even with any hand, basically, in that for that matter. As we see her call with ace ten of spades, I'm hoping they haven't muted Richard one more time.
No, I'm just watching.
Otherwise, otherwise it would have been hilarious.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Maybe I,
kind of infatuated by Miss Wing at the moment. Just thinking about her, she's very aggressive, which is a great table image to have because when you have value, you just get paid maximum, right?
yeah, exactly. And being aggressive doesn't mean that she has to three bet every time. She can just go onto the post flop and play post flop in position beautifully. It all depends on the hand class that she's dealt with. Ace ten doesn't like to three bet fold here, and that is the reason we call ace ten of spades and go post flop. And we're playing in position versus UTG, so it can't be really bad. It really depends
No.
on what part of range that she's getting. And I'm pretty sure if she had a hand like, let's say, ace queen suited, she would definitely 3-bet, but a hand like ace 10 just likes to flat call.
Well, interesting one now for her. Obviously, king, queen, 5, 2 clubs. She doesn't have any clubs. She does have a gutty. And of course, could chase the ace. But yeah, you see, brilliant. You can see she is one of the more experienced players here. Not going to chase anything unnecessarily. And just kind of has that instinct to know when to be aggressive and when to give it up. And you can see, actually, she really watches everybody, which is why she probably knows when to turn that aggression on. "42 players remain in this field. They are really dropping like flies. We had 402 entries into this one. And I mean, the previous event, we had over 500 entries. So a great showing so far here at the RDPT and KPC Poker Tour here live in Jeju. Beautiful Shinhwa world. This, of course, all of this action brought to you live from the Landing Casino, very close to the Marriott. So if you are down around this island area, come down, reg one of these events. We've got a bunch of cool side events happening concurrently in the same area. So varying buy-ins, something for everybody. Bring the family. Well, some more action here at the featured table. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen versus, and don't be surprised, 7-5 suited. We did say this was a mystery bounty. We did say this one would get interesting. Oh my goodness. Like I said, folks, this one got interesting real quick. And just like that, Mr. Sun finds this straight and then improves. So quite funny there. Able to claim 2 bounties. Mr. Luo and Mr. Lu both fallen victim with the Ace Queen O. Congratulations, Mr. Sun. Now up to 80 BBs, and of course claims 2 more of those bounty chips. Akshay, what do you make of that?
Well, welcome to the bounty tournament, guys, where you can see any two cards can call one jam or 2 jam. Because actually, what really happens is you actually need to call less in terms of when you talk about equity, because you will have more equity. Like, to what I understood when I was studying the bounty tournament, for example, a guy with, let's say, a bounty is jamming for 5 big blinds. It, like, when you calculate whether to call it or not, you actually the actual jam in terms of maths, like, you would have to still call 5 big blinds from your stack, but in terms of equity that is needed to call in that spot profitably might be around 3 big blinds or 2 big blinds, and sometimes could be 1 big blind if they have a huge bounty in play. Am I correct
Absolutely
on
correct. Yeah, most definitely. Akshay, so you are calling with a lot more of your range depending on the size of the bounty, and especially under 10 bigs, you'll be surprised what you're calling with. So the 7-5, well within that range. I've seen a look, and I had a look at these charts. I'll actually share them with you after this, and you'll be surprised what they're saying we need to be calling with.
Can't wait to see those charts. But if you're watching us for the first time, there are no charts that you can see on the table, on this feature table. You can't use any of the electronic device, and that is why you see players with no earphones, no mobile phones during the hand, or even when they are not playing any hand, they can't have any electronic device on them, keeping the game very fair.
Absolutely. The team here at the RDPT and KPC take player security with utmost importance. So thank you very much to all of those involved, keeping our players safe and protecting the integrity of this beautiful game.
Well, hold that thought, Richard, because I feel like we've just seen a 4-bet with a hand like Queen 5 off from cutoff, and it is exactly true. So what happened here was Mr. He opened up the action with Queen 5 off from the cutoff. Mr. U with Ace 4 off, 3 bets, and now we have a 4-bet with a hand like Queen 5 off. These players are definitely not playing any of the chart ranges, but they are playing their opponent. Now, what do you have to say about this, Richard? This is the exciting part of the bounty of the of playing here at Dragon Poker series. That you will have
I mean,
players.
honestly, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, having the players who are not afraid of making such moves is why we love poker. Because poker is not about playing the charts. Poker is about winning, making moves like this. These moves might not be approved by GTO, by the GTO nerds, the charts and everything else, but we've seen these moves time and time again, by all the OG players. When they identify that their opponent is weak, they convert their hand into a bluff, even when they don't have a blocker. Like I saw Phil Hellmuth during a WSOP series, squeezing a hand like 7-4 off, hand like Jack 4 off or Jack 4 suited, just because he thought his opponent was weak. And we see a 5-bet all in by Mr. U.
Wow.
I am
Wow.
stunned. I am actually
Wow.
stunned, chat. This is not just 10 or
Wow.
20 big blind all in. This is more than 50 big blinds we are talking about. These two players on the feature table have the most chips, if I'm correct, and
Wow.
just just wow, yeah.
I
These
mean,
guys came here with the purpose to destroy their opponent.
clearly they did, and that is why we've said these bounty tournaments always so exciting, because you never know what you're going to see.
Well, I am still speechless there, Richard. Um, First of all, seeing a 4-bet with a hand like Queen 5 off, and then a 5-bet rip with Ace 4 off. It is like these players know that you don't have it and I don't have it, and who actually ends up making that move of going all in and taking a big risk, because in some scenarios your opponent can have aces, kings, ace king there, and is going to snap you off, and you're going to look like a fool when you do that. But when things work like that, you look like a master. You basically stun all the commentators and all the people who are watching you on the YouTube, claiming the throne of nobody can shake you.
Absolutely, Akshay. And that's why, and we'll say it again, we love these bounty tournaments.
31 players remain from the 402 players who started this day 2 of the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty event. We are going to play till we find a winner for this very tournament. Well, these players definitely came to play here and not hold back. As we see Mr. Zhao calling with the ace 4 of spades from big blind up against ace 9 of clubs. Well, the flop is jack, jack, deuce, ace 9 still ahead, although we have some chop outs.
Yeah, interesting here, Mr. Hay will just c-bet and take it down nice and easily, pretty much uncontested. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 29 players already. We're only a couple away from a table redraw and reshuffle. Well, Mr. Hay will continue his activity. Big slick being opened up here, 20k min raise. Wow, Miss Wing just really knows when not to get involved. Sun will defend the king deuce. But yeah, that flop has got Mr. Hay's name all over it. Top pair, great kicker, ace jack 10 rainbow. C-bet time.
And guys, don't get surprised if you see people over defending their big blind, because they are supposed to, when they cover their opponent by a lot, you can actually extend your defending range after you know that you cover them and win, and you can win their bounty.
Correct. 8 on the turn, not improving Sun's holding, and definitely not something he'd be excited to see. I'm sure Hay can just continue now and probably take this one away.
Well, Mr. Sun is not gonna make it easy for him as he decides to lead the turn, or not. Did he go for a check, or what happened? Oh yeah, so it went check, bet, fold, right?
Yes.
Okay, my bad there.
Alrighty, guys, we are going to do final 3 table redraw. Short break. We'll be right back.
I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name, please?
Nemochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I really sleepy.
Sleepy. Very
For-
sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯气球站主持人 Nike Chen。
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening.
Welcome back
Alrighty, welcome back.
from the small break, guys. Well, we have only 27 players left, and we just had to do a redraw.
That's it. Table redraw time. 3 tables left. 27 players. We still got those Dragon Egg Mystery Bounties.
We are just about to start at any moment as we see some familiar faces joining the feature table one more time.
Yeah, absolutely familiar faces always here at this feature table. And like we said already, it has been electrifying. And yeah, everybody playing for those bounties.
Well, Richard, do you have a different strategy when you play the bounty tournament compared to a normal tournament?
Uh, yeah, definitely. I think I am a lot more tighter in the hands that I choose to play, especially post flop. Like I said, I'd like to generally protect my stack and then use it to my full advantage when I have value. But then, of course, we're a little bit wider in our calling ranges when it gets to, later street, turn, or river, just because we know what our opponents are protecting, and that's, of course, their bounties. What about yourself?
Um, it really depends on my stack size compared to the table stack size. Like um, at the start of the tournament, when everyone has exactly the same stack, I would probably play just my GPV ranges. But as we progress, and it really depends if I win a hand or lose a hand, and that's how I will kind of change my strategy. As we see Mr. Zhao move all in with suited connectors, 7-6 of diamonds,
Interesting.
compared to yeah, very interesting. And this
See,
is
so
like a
this
20
is,
big blind.
yeah, exactly. And this is something that I kind of remove from my shoving ranges are the suited connectors.
I think it's gonna work. He is gonna get away from daylight robbery here, Richard.
Yeah, he is. I think sub 15 big blinds, Lynn will snap him off. I mean, what value of Zhao does this? Nothing, right?
No, you can do it with pocket tens, pocket jacks, because that like those are the hands you don't want to three bet and go post flop with. So I mean, there are some maybe deuces to fives. If not jacks and ten, then you're definitely doing this with deuces to fives.
So then I think, it's definitely a close call for Lynn. But yeah, good laydown. To be honest, I haven't played the field in Korea ever, so I don't have a great understanding of the dynamics. So I would really like to go and play and get my feet wet first, because then I'd know exactly how to adjust my ranges accordingly. One player will be blinded out.
Onto the flop we go. 10 deuce deuce. Both the players missing the flop, but generally this is the flop that belongs to the pre-flop raiser. We are gonna see Mr. Howe call with Queen Jack off, and he is ahead of 8-7 at the moment. So trying to bluff with 8 high in this hand, not afraid of Mr. Howe's call on the flop. This time he goes for half pot sizing. Very interesting play there by Mr. Zhao. And the aggression is gonna take down this pot with 8 high. As we look at the chip count of this feature table, only 27 players remain, and in next 30 minutes, in just 30 minutes, we are gonna bring you, as these players draw their bounties, and we are gonna do that on the live stream. We're gonna show you when they go and draw for their bounty and who is going to win that juicy $15,000 bounty. As we see Mr. Sun with pocket threes playing a very big stack, decides to open up. Some new faces,
Yeah, Mr. Sun.
definitely on the.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you took the words out of my mouth. Mr. Sun, one of those new faces at the feature. We didn't see him yesterday, but I've been very impressed with how he's used this big stack.
Well, hold your seats because Mr. Leng is preparing to 3-bet with his pocket sixes. Man, do they love their pocket pairs here in Asia. There we go, 3-betting with pocket sixes, the devil hand. As we await what Mr. Sun is going to do with pocket threes. Facing a 3-bet from the guy next to him, but And what do you do here if you're Mr. Sun with pocket threes, Richard, facing a three bet just right next to you?
Yeah, I mean it is interesting. It is close. I think we have to call it maybe. Set very
Yeah, I'm not
valuable
even.
there on the flop or turn. Carry on.
Well, all these players are in the money right now. Do we know the bind for this tournament, Richard? Must be somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure. 1 million Korean won.
So some part of that bind will go to the bounty prize pool, and some part of that will go to the normal prize pool. And in the end, you are playing for both the prize pools. So basically, the prize pool part gets activated when you knock out somebody on day two and not on day one. As we see a fight between the pockets, Mr. Chen with the better of them. Pocket queens moving all in, and Leng is gonna have a decision. But before that, Mr. Yang with Ace King, the church in the big blind, is going to snap call, and now Leng has a decision to make with pocket eights. What does he do here? The all in is for all of his chips. 30 big blinds, pocket eights facing two all ins, one being larger to his stack, but his opponent can really do that with pocket sevens, pocket sixes, ace queen, ace king, aces, kings as well. And he will decide to
Oh, good lay
fold.
down.
And we go to the flop. This is a classic one. Ace king versus queens. Ace or a king needs to
El
hit.
Clasico. Well, no help on the flop for the ace king. 7-5-3, not doing any favors. Deuce is the brick on the turn. He needs an ace or a king. And no, that's not what he was looking for. However, Mr. Chen, happy to see the lady on the river. And just like that, full double up for Mr. Chen. Big knock to the stack of Mr. Yang. Now down to 425k. He'll be feeling that one, that's for sure.
Well, Rijal, I'll tell you, a very exciting play by Mr. Yang, like snap jamming all in with ace king, not taking any time. Definitely sending a sort of strength of his hand to his opponent, maybe allowing pocket eights to fold that quickly because they were ahead, pre-flop, and they would have been ahead post-flop as well. So, like a snap jam from your opponent normally means that he doesn't have to think about it and he doesn't have to like see your stack as well. So it does stand out. So it does send out, the strength of your hand at sometimes.
Yeah, well said.
And that was the main difference that we saw from our last night winner, Mr. Wang, that every time the action was folded to him, and it didn't matter what he had, he would always calm himself for like 10 to 20 seconds and then make a decision. Maybe that did help him win that tournament. So, guys, if you're playing a tournament for the first time or for the 100th time, make sure that you take 10 to 20 seconds. Just take a deep breath and then make a move so that you don't send any of the strengths of your hand to your opponent, and that would help you not giving any of the tells that me and Richard keep on talking about over the last 3 days. Isn't that, Richard?
Absolutely. You know, it's one thing said and another thing done, as they say. You know, actually, it's very difficult to keep your composure at the poker tables, and that's why I always recommend, you know, doing some training, pre-grind rituals, and all of the above, just to make sure that you're in the tip-top state at the poker tables. I can recommend a good coach, Mr. Grant Gardner. He has a very, very good course out there, and I'm sure most of you are well aware of. And that has always helped me keep cool, calm, and collected at the tables.
Well, I can definitely vouch for that course. That course has a pre-grind routine, a post-grind routine, a morning routine, and an evening routine, which would really help you increase the edge in this very, very competitive game. You need to calm your mind when you decide to play on these tables, and Mr. Grant's course does a great work indeed in that area.
Absolutely. And we can see two players battling out here. Early position versus the button, both with under pairs to the boards. Chen does have that backdoor flush draw now through that third spade on the turn.
Well, it does go check, check, and the river is an ace. Now, the interesting thing is gonna be to see if Mr. Zhao checks on the river or bets, but he decides to quickly check.
And there we can see the chip counts up on your screen. Mr. Sun, big stack, 58 bigs. Mr. Yu, 55 bigs. So nice stacks for those two gentlemen.
Well, only 25 players remain for this Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2 event. We have some new faces to our feature table and some old ones. As we see Mr. Yu open up the action with suited connectors. Richard, I have a very difficult question for you that I really want to
Sure.
ask you. How do you think we can make poker more interesting to play and watch? Or like you can tell either of them. Like how can we make this game more interesting to watch or play?
So I'll go for watch. I'll choose to answer that. So I think there are a couple of simple steps to creating an interesting stream. And number one are the cool camera angles. So the two action shots that we see here at the RDPT, they look fantastic. And cinematography and camera work such as that makes it so much more appealing to watch. And then my only other thing that I would recommend is that we have the microphones on each player at the feature table so that we can hear what they're saying. Because when we hear the table talk, that is everything.
Well, you could not have put it better out there. And I believe, you know, when we are watching poker, we really want to know what these players are talking about and what they are discussing, and especially during the hand, if they're trying to, engage within themselves to find out if they're good or not, is actually like the most curious thing that you can do on poker tables. So I actually couldn't agree more with you on that. Give these guys a microphone, give bring action cameras so that we can see different angles of the table of the players. And as we talk about the action camera, there we go, that's what we're talking about. Two players in the hand and we have camera on both of them.
Yeah, I love this angle.
One more interesting thing that can be done but is very difficult to achieve is actually have more than one feature table, so that when there is no action on one, you can actually move on to the second feature table. And that is exactly what we see Triton or WSOP do, as they have a lot of viewers watching their game, and they will normally have two or three feature tables calling out the action on all three of them and keeping the chat engaged.
Absolutely.
And how do we make the game more interesting? And I believe the Red Dragon Poker Tour, the RDPT, is doing a great job taking away any electronical device from these players, so they are left with no option but to see each other, to talk to each other, to actually increase their interaction with other players. And that can make the game more interesting, because what do we see most of the times on other streams is that players are busy, listening to music, watching a video, watching a reel, talking to their friends. The least that we see is that these players are talking to themselves. And that is why the Red Dragon Poker Tour is really good in that aspect, because they take away their phones. You can't use your phone during, like, on the feature table. You are supposed to talk to each other, and it does kind of help you make new connections. All these players are very well established poker players. They could be businessmen, they could be, they could be anyone, and you will never find out when you don't talk to them.
100%.
And it is a great platform if you are looking to network with people, because you will have very rich individuals playing this sport, as well as people who are, the young entrepreneurs starting their new businesses.
And here we're going to see a bit of fireworks. 3-bet from the aces. And Chen, of course, ace-king suited. The only question, flat or 4-bet. And I know what I would do. Well, there we go. Snap all in, snap call. Ace-king versus aces. The ace-king all in and at risk, looking for a couple of clubs in a hurry. And that's not really what he was looking for. 10-10-6, one club. 9, not changing anything. And just like that, we do say full double up for Mr. Yang with the aces. And Mr. Chen absolutely crippled. Left with 2.5 bigs, not in a good way.
Tell me one thing, Richard. Why do people don't like calling three bets with ace king suited? It's such a beautiful hand, but I rarely see people calling a three bet with ace king. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, agreed. I don't know why. I think maybe just trying to get maximum value or just trying to run the equity and not waste time and let your opponent approve on the flop.
Well, there we go. We have the dancing red dragon pumping up all the players because we are very close to finding out who is going to win a massive, massive lottery of $15,000. That's definitely not you behind that red dragon costume, right, Richard?
I can neither confirm or deny that.
It'd be really funny because actually there are two dragons. One is red, one is blue. So the blue one could actually be me. Like I've seen people flatting three bets with hands like aces, kings, queens, and jacks. But like ace king is one of the hands that I probably see people flat probably 1% of the times when they are facing a three bet. Um, I just think the reason behind that could be because it's a drawing hand compared to a made hand. Like it's one
Hmm.
of the drawing hands um, that we have in our value part of our range.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one there. It just depends again on the situation, the stack size, where we are in that specific tournament. But for me, I do like to just get it in, to be honest, with the ace king.
What is your like cutoff um, for not getting in with ace king? Like more than 100 big blinds?
Yeah, I mean, if we're in that spot, it's pretty terrible, right? Having to fold ace king pre for any amount is not a great situation to be in. But yeah, it just depends on my opponent, really. If we're getting over 100 big blinds pre-flop, then that guy must be crazy or he must have aces.
Or you must be
What do
playing the
you think?
WSOP main day one. Or you must be playing like the
Yes.
WSOP day one. Right? We saw so many ace kings, so many kings, so many queens fold in that stream.
Yeah. Guys are
People,
folding
people,
ridiculously
yeah,
there.
yeah. People folding. But you people don't fold in our stream. They play very aggressively. We've already seen high bet jam with ace four offsuit. So I mean, if you're watching our stream, you are in for a treat, my friends.
Absolutely. And actually, it does look like the guys are getting up to go and do those bounty pools. So after this hand, it may be that time.
It might be
Queen
the time to
8-4.
break those edges.
That's it. Let's see if Ling C bets and can take it down. And then we'll cut to that footage. There we go. Ling C bets takes it down. Those are the final chip counts now at this draw break. And just hang around. There's the handsome man himself, Mr. Chris DeLeader, leading things off in the front.
All right, Richard, I'm ready with my calculator. You tell me the amount, and I'll put it in my calculator to tell people what these players are winning in US dollar amount.
Alrighty, sounds like
The
a
minimum,
great deal.
the minimum they are guaranteed is $360. The maximum is $15,000. So we will just try to see if we can actually catch a hold of, what they are picking from those dragons, and if we can, we will let you know the dollar amount.
Alrighty, so pick number 1 with Mr. Chris, the leader, looking very, very sharp in that suit. Oh, what's he got? 1.5 million. Very, very nice.
Well, that is $1,000, almost $1,100.
Next one. Give us a sweat. Pull it nice and slowly, sir.
We can see people behind running the dragon so that they can get a bigger bounty.
Alrighty, send him your run good. There's a 0. Another one. Okay, 500K.
That is $360. So he's gonna go home with around $1,400 at least. 5 bounties for this guy.
This is the gentleman that knocked out the aces, the kings, and the tens. The biggest
Are you
is
sure about
20 million.
Because this one,
He can smell the millions.
loving the emotions that he's sharing with everyone.
Alrighty, they're talking to him now. Okay, good luck, sir. 20 million still active. What's it gonna be? Yeah, let's go. Give us that sweat. Wow, what excitement. 1 million.
That is $620 in US currency. But I am loving the emotions that he is sharing, just slowly peeling it. There we go. One more time. We go a bit faster this time.
Oh, 500K.
The minimum bounty here, $360.
Whoa. Another 500.
I can tell you the players behind are enjoying seeing him open up those minimum bounties.
For sure. Is this the 20 million? Oh! 3 zeros. Oh! 2 million. Very nice. And last one for this gentleman. Can he find it? Alrighty.
Man,
Very nice draw for him.
Yeah, I would have loved him, to draw out that biggest bounty. Such a guy full of emotions, full of excitement. As we wait for our next guy to draw his eggs, the dragon eggs. Straight into the business. He's like, I'm doing it very fast. Minimum bounty. He's like,
He doesn't have any time to waste.
yeah. He's like, I want to go back, start playing again.
Oh, this one looks good.
There are 6 zeros.
Oh, this one is big, actually. 10 million.
Wow, that is big. That would definitely be a very big smile on his face. $7,500 going his way for that
Wow.
bounty. We still have
Wow.
the biggest bounty in play, Richard. 20 million.
Absolutely. 20 million still available to any one of these gentlemen or ladies. There's Mr. Nevin Chang. Seems he's involved as well.
Where is he? I don't spot him. Where is he?
He's about 5th in line.
Oh. Well, that means that he is still playing this tournament.
Three
Slow peel,
zeros.
Richard.
Slow peel.
Make it 4, 5,
800,000.
Oh, there he is. There I see him. Mr. Run Hot, the Team Hot, Natural Lake Ambassador.
Absolute sun runner, Nevin Chang. Two zeros.
5 zeros at least.
3 zeros. This could be it, Akshay. Wow. Congratulations to the gentleman in the white jacket. That is 20 million Korean won.
That is $15,000, guys. Bounty, that is worth
Very nice.
$15,000. And I think now it's going to be all quick because people know that
Yes.
the top 2 bounties have been drawn.
Absolutely. And yeah, just to give you a little bit of insight, the buy-in for this one was only 1 million Korean won. So that big bounty, 20x your buy-in.
I mean, where else do you get returns like this, if not even in crypto market? And Richard, we do have one more big bounty left. We have 10 million yet to be drawn. One more of that. Well, we don't see it. Show it to us. Come on. I think it is 5 million. No, 1.5. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a 10 million still out there.
Well, there's one 10 million, 4 of the 5 millions. And that is one of the 5 million bounty that I was just mentioning. So we are calculating the total bounty bounty winnings.
Yeah, I love all the excitement. It's really, really nice to see.
Well, I'm telling you, folks, this is the maximum excitement that you will see ever from any of the poker players. As we can see, the red dragon dancing in the background. There comes Nevin Chang.
Mr. Nevin Chang, if he picks bounties like he wins tournaments, he's definitely going to find the 10 million.
He's doing the other way around. There we go. That is 1 million. Getting his buying back.
听个1000万，没有反。10 million, no other side.
Again, the other way around.
Yeah. Oh, 2 million. That's great. Very nice. Nevin Chang, 3 million in bounties.
What's your number? Where's your name?
Only one for this gentleman. Is it going to be a big one? Turn around, show it to us.
Wow! Very nice. 10 million for this gentleman. Congratulations, sir. Great.
Look at the excitement that the lady has for him. They must be really good friends, I tell you.
Brilliant. I love it.
All it takes is one dragon egg to make you 7,500 richer. And there we go. Time for the next one. 3 zeros. That is 3 million. There we go. Doubling up his money. At least. Definitely a new way to draw your bounties. Opening up the eggs and finding out 8 million. Is it 8 million or 800k? It was 800k. My bad. So we have 500k, 800k, 1 million. Then we have 1.5, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, and 20 million. Well, the top two have definitely been drawn. We might still have 5 million in play, 3 million as well, couple of 2 million. There we go.
Nice. 1.5 is more than the buy-in, actually, so it's definitely nothing to be too ashamed about.
And this is on top of the money that they're already gonna win.
Exactly. Here's our first female.
other side. Yeah, okay.
It's the other way around. Yeah. That is 2 zeros. Make it 3. 1 million. We're getting our bind back, I believe, Richard.
Yep, absolutely.
Big one now. Yeah. Yes. Right. 500. Okay, just take this, right?
Alrighty, looks like we're coming towards the end of the bounty queue.
Okay, big here. 3. Big 3 now.
3个500万，3个500万。啊，对，你搞那么多？你几个嘛你？3个呢？走，再走，再来。
Alrighty, another min bounty. Oh, nice. Very nice. 3 buy-ins.
好，再来啊！走，慢一点，再要走。
800. Still good.
Very nice. Alrighty, folks, so we will just wait for the players to come back to their seats. We'll probably have cards in the air in the next couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid. I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food. Tell me.
food. Tune.
Okay. Is it correct? No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I really sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯气作战主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了。这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening.
It's 15 minutes break, guys. We're taking 15 minutes break for JG Dragon Quest Day 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again.
Yes.
To see how much people have changed.
Yeah.
To see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten. You know.
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup's gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little,
Yeah.
those plushie guys,
Right,
you know,
right. Those,
around.
oh, mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And I
yeah.
thought they were very adorable.
very cute,
You know,
yes.
and there's a lot of, you know, extra tables set up as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but
Yeah.
this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event,
Right.
you know, do that, especially in this resort,
Yeah.
because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player.
Yeah.
You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got
Yeah.
a water park,
Exactly.
right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but you know,
Yeah,
but
it's versatile.
it is very
It's very
good.
versatile, yeah.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby
Right,
Dragon.
right.
So you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and
Yeah.
not lose. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're here to win.
We're always here to
Of
win.
course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 07. How has poker changed your life? How has it impacted your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me
Yeah.
discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach
sure.
you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of
Yeah.
like chuck you in the deep end.
Yeah.
You know, you figure it out, and you've got to figure it out quickly. You know,
Right.
and it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities,
Yeah.
and it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself, and I was able to get over them, and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've
Yeah.
accomplished a lot because
Yeah.
I've actually had a baby girl.
No
So
way.
she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything,
Yes.
right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why
Yeah.
it's a no,
Yeah.
you know? And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And yeah, for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, you know, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course,
You know,
of course.
so
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, you know, family time. It's number one. You know, but at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. You know, and it makes you have that, I guess, identity. You know? And it's not just a mom. It's, you know, I'm Celine Ling, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. And does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, you know, from my daughter. And also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, you know, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question: RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena. Thank you,
Stanley.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will be sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯气作战主持人 Nike Chen。
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了。这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know,
Alrighty, welcome back, folks, from a nice little break. This is the RDPT Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2. We're down to just 25 players left. In the break, we pulled those bounties. We saw the 20 million, the 10 million, and the 10 million all get pulled. So now we know all of the big ones are out of the way, but still all to play for in those top prizes. Also sitting in juicy amounts. So stick around, folks. Sit down, relax, and get ready for some Red Dragon Poker Tour tip-top poker action.
And definitely we do have some bounties still left. We still have 25 players, so that does mean that we have 24 more bounties to be drawn. Alrighty, guys, just waiting for the graphics to show up, and we are gonna bring you some live action very soon. 25 players remain out of the 400 players who started the day 2, and I believe we would have a new feature table. I might, well, do we have a new feature table? Doesn't seem like it. We do have new players joining us. Well, the blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a big blind ante of 15,000. So there's already 40,000 in the pot. As we see Mr. Chen go all in with King 3 off from UTG. And Yan looking down with Ace 4 of clubs right next to him with a very, very big stack. Now the question is, like, the big bounties are gone. So all you have is like the middle bounties and some main bounties. So you might not bounty hunt as much as you would have done it if those big bounties were still in play. So that could change a little bit of your strategy. But nonetheless, Ace 4 suited should be better than a 2 big blind jam, and that is why we see Mr. Yang isolate with Ace 4 of clubs, and Mr. Howe with Queen 8 of hearts, I believe, is gonna get out of the hand, but not that easily. He's gonna give it a count first and see if he wants to gamble here or not. Well, Mr. Howe is gonna gamble with Queen 8 of hearts, and he'll be delighted to see that he is ahead. Oh, sorry, he's not ahead, but he's live. Like Queen 8 is alive. None of his outs are with his opponent. So any queen, any 8 might win for him if his opponents do not click any pair. Alright, Richard, we have Queen 8 versus King 3 versus Ace 4 of clubs. Who do you think is going to win this hand?
Ooh, I think maybe the Queen 8. I'm feeling some hearts. What about you?
I am going for clubs. Ace 4 of clubs. The best hand out of these 3.
Oh, looks like you're good.
Well, I'm ahead. I just need to hold. Dodge a queen, dodge an 8, dodge a king. A lot of, well, and dodge a lot of hearts. a lot of dodging, but in the end, you're
is good. Queen 8.
Well, guys,
oh my goodness.
Well, guys, this is the reason I don't side bet on live stream, because I always lose. It doesn't matter who my opponent is. They can be probably the most unlucky guy, girl, player, and in the end, I'm going to lose. That is exactly what happened with me right now. Lucky we did not place any bets.
I mean, that was a bet in my books.
Well, definitely not in my books.
All right, let's call the TD.
Let's call the TD. Depends who the TD is. It might not be one of your friends who put you on mute,
That would be funny.
Alrighty. Moving on to our last 24 players. Exciting times ahead. Mr. Howe gambling up in the last hand, now has 8-7 off, playing around 20 big blinds here. Well, I don't mind a limp, I don't mind a raise. All I want is Mr. Howe not to fold his hand and He is definitely not going to fold, and he is grabbing some chips. Well, he is going to raise it here with 8-7 off. And Mr. Dong move all in with King 8 off for 20 big blinds, facing an open by Mr. Howe.
Wow.
Dong reading out the situation very, very well, jamming all in with King 8 off, facing an open. Mr. Dong really know where he stands with his hand. He is not gonna be bullied by a stack shorter than him on this feature table. Well, he's not
Power
wearing
move.
that Dior t-shirt. Yeah, he's not wearing that Dior t-shirt just to, just to sit and fold. He's here to make some moves, make a mark on this feature table. As we see Mr. Howe
Very true.
deep in the tank with a very marginal holding. Howe really thinking about it here, Richard, with just 8 high.
Yeah, interesting. You really did give that one a thought. Nicely timed aggression there by the big blind and paying off very well for him in the end.
And really utilizing the power of his big stack very well there.
Absolutely.
Well, we saw glimpses of Mr. Howe in our day one stream for the Baby Dragon event, which was won by Mr. Wang last night, going home with 2 trophies, $95,000, and a few of the other goodies. And now we're gonna look at Howe opening up with 8-7 of hearts, but Mr. Yang with A6 off, and anything but passiveness is to be expected by Mr. Yang, and he's not gonna be passive. Definitely going for a 3-bet this time, just because the big blind is actually playing deeper than him. And now he's 3-betting to 90,000, and I think ace 8-7 has a forward call and play the pot in position. The pot is already 210,000, and we have 180k for Mr. Howe, whereas Yang with a 700k stack in the small blind. Generally a board where Mr. Yang can small bet a lot here, and that is exactly what we see. Him betting 2 big blinds, and Mr. Howe calling very fast with just 8 high and some backdoors. And talking about those backdoors, they have come in. Now Mr. Howe does have 10 outs, but Mr. Yang has gone all in, and now Howe has a decision here whether to call here with his 10 outs or not. Well, he doesn't know that his 8 and a 7 also working for him, but he must be thinking that he's ahead up against a king or a jack at least. So his pair outs might be dead. But what do you do here? You've called pre-flop with 8-7 of hearts, called the flop. Now on the turn, when your opponent moves all in on a board like king,
Fold.
jack, 5, all you have to do is muck your cards because your opponent is going to be way ahead of you and never behind, because he's going to have like 6 high or 7 high to be behind from you, which he won't. And I think that is exactly what we see Mr. Howe do, down to only 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I don't think Howe should have even called the flop, to be honest.
Yep, I'm with you on that, Mr. Richard. Yang showcasing very aggressive nature of his by 3 betting a6 off. Um, that just tells us how tuned in he is on this feature table, and he's not gonna let anyone steal his big blind or small blind easily, and he's gonna give them a very important fight.
Absolutely correct.
And actually, he's not getting out of the line as well. Like people might think, oh, a6 is a very bad hand to 3 bet. Well, it is not, because you have an ace blocker and you are unblocking his folds, and the button is still going to be opening very wide, even though he was short to around 20 big blinds. But still, he's going to open something about 30% of his range, right? And when you talk about opening that 30% of the range, out of that, only 5 to 6% is like the value part of it, and then the rest of that range would consist of folds and calls, considering the marginal hands and the weak hands. And a6 blocking the that top 7% is really important, and then you are with the 6 you are unblocking that holding part of the range. So that is also another aspect to expect of that 3 bet. So that is how you kind of break down what hands you want to 3 bet from out of the position, especially when you are deep in a tournament like this.
Nicely said.
As we see the updated chip counts, Yang with 66 big blinds, almost touching 1 million chips, and Howe in the danger zone with only 10. 23 remain out of the 402 players who played this tournament. You're watching Red Dragon Poker Tour happening in Jeju, South Korea. We still have the main event to come for you guys, as well as some other events. And if you're anywhere close to this venue, or if you're on your holidays, book a flight to Jeju and start winning some money. Well, we just saw Mr. Wang win $95,000 yesterday with just a buy-in of $1,100, multiplying his money by 95 times. I am telling you guys, even Bitcoin does not grow with that pace. Within 2 days, 24 hours of work, he multiplied his money to 95x. And if any Bitcoin is doing that for you, you let me know so that I can invest some. What do you think about Bitcoins and crypto market, Richard?
Yeah, definitely bullish on Bitcoin, and I have fun in the meme coin market too. But definitely, I see there being a lot of Bitcoin talk at the moment, especially with Donald Trump endorsing it as of late.
Do you think he's gonna win the election this time after he faked his shooting?
Yeah, I have a good bet. I have a good bet on him to win the presidency, so I really do hope he does.
Well, just so you know, you are going up against Pats because Pats is actually betting against him that he's not gonna win the U.S. election this time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I saw it on his Twitter or Instagram stories. And I believe we are seeing a 3-bet by Mr. Sun with Queen Jack off, facing an open by our chip leader, Mr. Yang. Interesting 3-bet here with Queen Jack off, Richard.
Yeah, definitely. And Mr. Sun just seeming to know that Mr. Yang up to no good with that big stack.
Well, this is the cumulative winnings that these players have accumulated on this feature table.
Mr. Howe, not in a great position at the moment after going through a couple of interesting hands where one would say he almost bluffed off some of his chips.
Well, to be fair, Mr. Dong was ahead with the ace high. Although he was bluffing, but still he was ahead. He did not know he was ahead. That is the main part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is why we call poker a game of broken pieces, because you never have all the pieces together. So you never know when you're bluffing, when you're value betting, or when you're beat. You just never know. That is why you start studying the game so that you can connect those broken pieces in a well mannered, which can help you win a lot of money. As we see Mr. Bin open up the action with King 5 of Hearts, but Mr. Zhao has King Queen off in the big blind, a hand that is loved by all the Asian people, and they play it very aggressively, as we see Mr. Zhao do, asking for the triangle, the red triangle, with his hand, and Mr. Bin is gonna fold his King 5 suited. A very nice open, but he just got unlucky that Mr. Zhao woke up with a hand that can shove from the big blind.
Yeah, absolutely. Zhao taking the spot very nicely there, just understanding exactly the value.
Well, as we see Mr. Cheng open up with ace queen of clubs, I believe this is the first hand he's playing on this feature table, and he's gonna get some resistance by Mr. Lin with ace 5 of spades on the button. Mr. Lin with only 22 big blind, and Mr. Cheng had decided to go all in. What do you do if you're Mr. Lin with ace 5 of spades facing an all-in?
Well, quick fold is what he thinks.
A disciplined one indeed.
I think I like to jam with an ace 5 first, but I don't like to call with an ace 5. I'm more calling with an ace 8, 9, 10 upwards, you know?
Probably like maybe ace jack suited plus, because we are only 23 people left, and the jam is about 15 big blinds, not like 5 or like 8 big blinds. So probably like ace 10 suited.
Yeah, sounds
Ace
reasonable.
10, yeah, ace 10, ace jack maybe. Richard, what made you come to Thailand, move from South Africa and shift to Thailand? What was the reason? Would you like to share that with us? I would like to know that actually.
Yeah. Yeah, Thailand, just a beautiful, easy place to live, I think. You've got the best of everything here in the southeastern rainforest. We have nice sun, we have nice rain, and yeah, we have beautiful, fresh food, so life is good.
And were you playing poker before coming to Thailand?
No, not at all.
Nice.
And yourself, when did you start playing poker?
I started poker when I was 19. I'm 29 right now, so
Nice.
I go a long way. I wasn't playing full time back then. I was pursuing my study back in Australia, which is where I got introduced to this lovely and beautiful game. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
we, we see an all in a call, and I will continue my story after we see who's gonna win this hand. Ace 5 versus King 10 off. Ace 5 in the lead. Mr. Howe looking for that double up. As we see him hitting his top pair, the 5 kicker, and King 10 drawing dead on the turn as Mr. Howe rivers 3 aces, and he's gonna double up to 270,000. Definitely the wild card of our feature table, Mr. Howe. So as I was saying, I started playing poker when I was 19 back in Australia, where I was studying my accounting degree. And I started actually playing with as low as $10 games, like that normal pub games back in Australia, where there are only like 20, 30 players. And normally you're playing late at the night. Like I think my first game that I played started around 11 in the night and finished 4 in the morning, something like that. And I think my biggest, or not biggest, my first win was actually about $300 or something like that. And since that day, I invested that $300 into a software, like a learning software about poker, because I knew that if, in order for me to win in the longer run, I would have to start studying the game, as I was quite into the actual study, like the study material and everything. Being an Indian guy, you can imagine how much we love to study and all. So I basically enrolled up back to Raise Your Edge course, and that is how I started learning poker. And slowly, I kept on playing. Did bust my roll once or twice, and yeah, then I started basically having results my way. And then when I was becoming like a full-time poker player back in Australia, COVID hit, so I had to come back to India and start my journey from fresh. Like I had no idea what was the poker scene in India, and I had literally no bankroll left with me because I sort of like decided to gamble all my bankroll um, in Australia in my last series. Kind of like a funny story. So I had about let's say $30,000 as my bankroll, and there was a tournament happening in Australia called Crown Poker. Like there was an event, there was a whole series happening in Australian Crown Room, and it is one of the biggest series actually. You see all like top pros. It was Aussie Million. So I decided and I told myself, that this 30,000 is not going to help me, start a business or continue to play poker for a long run. So how about I gamble it, all of it, in this series,
Wow.
which was obviously a very bad decision. Well, I'll hold that story as we see pocket nines versus pocket queens, blind on blind, as Yang opening up the action from the button. So it is gonna go three bet, and then the big blind is gonna go all in with pocket queens, and Mr. Sun's gonna have a decision, and I think he's gonna snap it off. There we go. Pocket nines versus Mamacitas.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately for Mr. Sun, he does see the bad news that the big blind was not shoving lightly. Queens versus his nines. He really needs a nine in a hurry. Two outs, 8%, and now just 4%, maybe 5. Oh, and unfortunately for him, he cannot find it, and Mr. Leng gets a very nice addition to his stack up to 640k. 40 something big blinds, 42 bigs.
Well, a much needed double up for Mr. Leng, climbing that chip count and becoming second on our chip count stats. Second chip leader of the feature table. As we move on to the next hand, only 23 players remain. As we move on to the next hand, so yeah, I basically decided to gamble my bankroll because I wasn't sure if this 30,000 is gonna help um, me in my life. Like it's not gonna be, I can retire with this 30,000. So how about I take a shot at it, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, I would have to start fresh in India. Um, yeah, anyways, right? It's because I had no idea about the poker scene in India that was happening 5 years ago. So I basically did not cash any, like a single event during that series.
Wow,
Um,
terrible.
Probably because, yeah, it's variance in the game, and maybe I wasn't you know playing my best. As we see Ace Nine versus King Jack suited. Man, if I keep telling this story, we will keep getting these all in. So I should always, I should just continue my. All right,
Yeah,
very important flop, a very important flop for Mr. Cheng, who is all in and at risk with his Ace Nine off, and is gonna
alrighty.
trail back as Mr. Howe hits his Jack.
Absolutely. Jack in the window for Hal. Not looking good for Mr. Cheng. No flush draws, no straight draws. Only an ace can save him now. And no Barry on the river. So just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Cheng and Mr. Howell running good.
Well, Mr. Howe back in the game, and we can see his VPIP voluntarily put money in the pot, something like that. I'm really bad with these abbreviations. I'm not a Gen Z guy.
Voluntarily put in pot. VPIP.
Voluntarily put in pot. I was close at least. So basically, I came back to India, and literally COVID hit, and India was on complete lockdown for almost a year and a half. So literally, you could not do anything. All the businesses were shut. All you had to do is that sit at home because we were in complete lockdown here. And I was like, I have nothing to do here. What can I do, right? And then I started exploring poker in India back because that is something that I knew, and I knew that I didn't want to be an accountant, although there was no opportunity back at that time. So I decided to just reignite my passion for poker, and I started playing poker with a very very small amount, probably $600. Started playing very very low back in India, trying to get a better idea of the field, and luckily I was very blessed that I had a very profitable year. In the first year I started playing poker in India, and then I got recognized by poker tables that run in India, and got picked by one of them, and I have never looked
Nice.
back since that day. So yeah.
That's great. Awesome story.
hmm There's more to it, but I am gonna save it some for the time that when we meet. Because you know what poker has done for me, it has completely changed my life, and all the difficulties that I've faced in life has been solved by poker only. And I know that a lot of people see it as like a gambling thing, which it is completely not. And I've achieved so much at the age of 28, which I would not have if I was doing a normal, a corporate job, maybe.
Yes, absolutely.
As we see, Mr. Zhao bet with Queen Jack, two overcards, backdoor straight draw. He's definitely going to get some resistance from the big blind, who has hit his top pair with Queen 10 off. As we see our friend Psychic Motivation make an appearance. Good morning, guys. I am back. We are glad to see you back.
Yes, absolutely.
What do you do with Queen 10 off here, facing a bet from early position? You're playing very short. You have 10 big blinds behind. Well, turns an 8.
Yeah, interesting one
Lots of
here
bounty.
now.
Yeah. Has a gut shot. But this card is generally good for the player who calls the c bet, and not the one who's actually betting it. And Sao does have a gut shot, so he can actually go either the aggressive route or the passive route and realize his full equity, which he chooses to do so. Now the question is Lin going to bet this river, and if yes, how much? And like I would play this hand differently on the river than probably what GTO would say. Like I'm 100% confident the GTO play would be to lead out on the river when the turn goes check check. But in
Hmm.
here I would check myself because my opponent is gonna have some ace highs, king highs, and some under pairs. Well, under pairs are definitely gonna check back the river, but ace highs and king highs might have to bluff once I check the river.
Mm.
because they should know that if I'm checking the turn, checking the river, and I've called the flop, I might have uh, a weak pair like a 7 or a 3 that now they can make me fold by betting big on the river.
Absolutely, 100% agreed with you there.
And now it is very easy for him to fold his queen high. And lads, that is why it's very important to deviate from the GTO play, because your opponent, like you're playing versus a human and you're not playing versus a machine, right? And there is a big difference. A machine is gonna play how it is supposed to play, whereas when you're playing versus human people will have tendencies. They will have either the less frequency of bluffing or more frequency of bluffing. You just have to identify what it is. You need to break down the hand, you need to break down the range, and that would give you so much edge in this game that you would just start printing money day in, day out, day in, day out. You would just start enjoying the process, and that is why they say trust the process, right?
Absolutely.
I do have a very funny story to share with you, Richard. So,
Yeah.
when I came back to India from Australia, I actually messaged one of my favorite poker players in India, one of my idols, on Twitter, asking him to coach me. Okay, this is like he doesn't know me, who I am, just a random kid, 24 years old, messaging him to coach him. Have no track record of online poker, and he kind of messaged me back, which I was surprised to see that he said that he will get back to me, and which was very polite of him, to say the least. It basically it took him 3 years, right? I got no reply, and I'm kind of a person who doesn't like to bother people. Hey, you said you will get back to me, but you haven't.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 years later, uh, he becomes like the main guy, the main coach of the stable that I'm in, and now he's like the number one player in India right now. So just like
Oh, okay.
I manifested it like 3 years ago, and now I'm like living my dream, getting coached
That's
by
crazy.
one of the best Indian poker players out there, and he just won a WSOP bracelet this summer.
Oh,
So yeah.
is that who is that? Is that Mr. Tumbo?
No, it is not Mr. Tamboli. Tamboli was not lucky to win a bracelet this year around. Uh,
Okay.
although although Zarvan is a very close friend of mine, very close. Like I consider him as my big brother. And I am
Okay.
I'm shooting a podcast with him very soon. So I shoot podcasts with a lot of Indian poker players,
Okay.
just trying to get more idea about their journey, how they started it. So Zarwan is on my list, and I think my next podcast that is gonna come is going to be with him. But the guy I was mentioning that is like the best poker player in India, the OG of Indian poker scene, is Mr. Aditya Agarwal, who is my coach, my mentor.
Very nice, eh? That's awesome that you have such a good network in India.
Yeah. Do you remember any other Indians that you've played up against? Maybe I can give you some information about them.
Yeah, I do. I don't remember all of their names. I mean, obviously all the guys that always come out for the Poker Dream stops. Well, I've played against all of them and, spoken to all of them, which is very nice.
Well,
And then
I
yeah.
go on. Sorry, keep going. Keep going.
And
Sorry.
and so Abhishek Goendy, is the guy who I was thinking about who is going to be my next call as who is your coach.
Well, he is coaching a lot of people in India, and he's recently got a very very big score at Venetian. He has managed to win something around $90,000.
Very nice.
Yeah, and he's actually part of a reality show that has just come out. I think a couple of days ago.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, a lot of poker reality shows coming out in India trying to grow the game.
That is great.
Yeah,
There's
so
another guy. I will tell you his name. You will definitely know him. He's very friendly. Um, I'll try to remember his name and I'll bring him up soon.
does he have silver hair?
No, and he's always with Mr. Zarvan. He's like kind of
Oh,
pl-
you must be talking about Dirty. The Thawal. You must be talking about Thawal. That
Towel
is one
maybe.
guy.
Yeah, yeah. He's got a big hair. Like his hair is very big. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that is Thawal. So Thawal has long hair. He's an
Yes.
ex-musician. As we see an all-in and a call, um, Pocket Fives versus Jack Nine. Pocket Fives ahead, but at risk. And now in a deep, deep trouble as we see Mr. Lin spike a jack on the flop and is going to knock out Mr. He
Wow.
just joined us and we are gonna lose him very, very quickly. Goodbye, my friend. Good luck for the next poker event as we have only 19 people left now. So Dhawal, a very friendly guy, very true, like in a manner like he's very nice, very fair guy, and loves to party, loves to drink, loves to play poker.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
right now I think he's in Manila playing some poker series right there. But
Nice.
absolute legend of the guy, like amazing personality,
Yeah.
and he's been playing poker for so many years now.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And then obviously, Mudgull, Mudgull Deval.
Yep, that is his name. Yep.
And then, oh, is Sharma I'm gonna butcher his name, but Mr. Sharma, Poker Dream champion.
Nishant Sharma.
That's it.
You did butcher his name though.
Yeah, I did butcher that. I just remember it from commentating on him,
Yeah, you can just call him Mr. Sharma.
Mr.
That is
Sharma.
like the
Yeah,
safe. That is like the safe way about it. Well,
safe person.
he's actually a PLO specialist. Now he only plays PLO, and I think he plays all the variants like PLO 4, 5, and 6. He started his poker journey as a two-card player, but now he loves to play 4, 5, and 6. Mostly playing cash games, but he does try to make his appearance once or twice for two-card games.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's great to see the poker scene booming here in Asia. Just means more competition for us.
Well, definitely. As we see Mr. Yang with ace 4 fight out versus his rival Mr. Howe with 8-7 of diamonds picking up a flush draw with his pair of 7 facing a bet of 55,000, 30% of the pot on the turn. He is getting really good odds to peel this turn so that he can improve on the river.
Yeah, Mr. Howe, not afraid to chase it, as we've seen, and now he's going to raise it. Here, Yang has turned top pair, so going anywhere. Alrighty, Mr. Howe on that diamond on the river, just moves all in. And Yang still trying to make the decision. Does he call it off with the 2 pair? Obviously, that 4 on the river not doing him any favors in this decision-making process. Very difficult to get away here from that river 2 pair. But that flush draw definitely must be scaring him. Somehow he's just got to remain very, very disciplined here. And muck those cards will not be easy. Either way, Howe set to win a really nice amount. We'll take him out of any danger zone. And yeah, very good, Mr. Howe. Well done there. Up to 31 bigs now. Great show by this gentleman. Looks like we will be taking a short little break just for the final 2 table redraw. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, so we are set to restart here. Final two tables. We're playing down to an eventual winner. And you can be guaranteed we are still in for some great poker action.
Well, down to our final two tables, and we have some new faces joining up. Miss Chen Miss Chen coming up on the feature table one more time. And we have seen her play beautifully up until now.
Oh yes, here's the lady of the hour. Very, very aggressive. Very good. Can't wait to see what sort of fireworks she brings to this table.
And Richard, like I have, watched a lot of poker tables being streamed on YouTube, and it hasn't been ever that every time that I'm looking at a feature table, we get to see a female player playing. But right here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, we definitely have at least one female being shown on the feature table, and all of them have been playing poker so beautifully. I mean, they have like literally no fear of any of these players, as this sport is so male dominated. But these females are not taking any backseat. They are charging with front foot and putting their foot down.
Yeah, absolutely. Diversity is something we welcome here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour. We actually love to see it. So Mr. Schwan, King 10 suited, will raise things up here. Playing a stack of around 36 bigs. Chen in the small blind does have a playable hand, that's for sure. Alrighty, well, some all-in action straight away here at the feature. Chen Feng waking up with the ace-9-0 in the big, very short stacked, makes the call, and now he's all in and at risk. Oh, beautiful flop for him. Ooh, scary turn. But 110, not good enough to topple Top pair for Chen. Full double up for the short stack big blind. Courtesy of Mr. Yang Xuan.
Well, Mr. Sun looking down at pocket sevens from +2 position, playing about 20 big blinds, decides to open up the action. And Mr. Chen with king queen off from the small blind is going to muck his cards. Quite surprising there. Folding king queen off from the small blind, facing just one open. But that is definitely not gonna happen with Mr. Zhang with ace 9 of diamonds. And we are gonna see a flop of queen 9-4. Ace 9 taking the lead, defeating pocket sevens. Sun needs to hit a 7 on the turn or the river to improve his hand, or he would have to choose bluff to win this hand. Zhang making a quick call with his second pair top kicker. Moving on to the turn, which is going to be a very interesting one as it can bring a lot of backdoors for Sun, and 6 is one of that. Well, actually not. My bad, sorry. Apologies. I thought 6 might bring some straight draws, but it doesn't. Ace 9 being the best hand, and it's gonna be very important to see how much can Zhang extract from Mr. Sun.
Well, 50k is what he has asked for. Let's see if Sun thinks it's a good enough price to pay. Wow. Sun makes a call, and Zhang with a nice little pickup and addition to his stack, up to around about 500,000 right now, so 26 bigs. Playable hand for Chen, ace 7-0. Only playing a stack of around 22 bigs. Wow. Mr. Chen on the button, all in with the ace deuce O. What do you make of this all in?
Well, definitely outrageous, to say the least. Facing this is actually for a significant amount of chips, you know. It's gonna work, but I mean, I won't recommend it to any of my viewers to do it. Like, we can't be result oriented, right? Like, if ace deuce is working in this hand, it's gonna work every time.
18 bigs. It's a big jam. Wow, if he makes the call. I would love to know what they're saying to each other.
Definitely. Like, it's always in my mind to hear what the players are talking about, what they are discussing, what they are saying to each other.
So Mr. Chen will kick things off in this round of play. Hijack ace 3-0, good enough to open. And now Mr. Schwan in the small blind this round looks down. Pocket fours, definitely callable. And now Big Slick in the big blind. I can smell a squeeze. Three bet up to 160k now. Question on Chen. How quickly does he fold? He doesn't want to look like he's raising lightly. But of course, there's no calling this. And I'm sure Schwan will not call the pocket fours either. Wow. Bad timing from Chen. Snap call from the big blind. And Mr. Chen in the hijack in big trouble.
Well, a misstep there with ace 3.
Absolutely.
As we go to the flop.
Oh my goodness. Ace 3 finds the pairing house on the river. And what a suck out versus the ace king.
Well, poker gods definitely rewarding a lot of courage there by jamming ace 3 off. Well, as we move on to the next hand, we have Queen Ten of Hearts from early position.
Wow, Schwan looking down at a premium again. This time it's the ace king O. Nice hand. Definitely will increase the price of poker right now. $155K is the 3-bet. Action back on Mr. Ling.
Well, Richard, we do have 27 people watching us on our YouTube page, and we have 331 subscribers. Alrighty. So I really request for the people who are watching us on YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, please like the stream to show your support. Please do not forget to subscribe to the channel. So anytime we go all in here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, you've been sent a notification so that you can join us and watch these players fight it out. We still have main event day 1A, day 1B that is gonna be coming up in the next few days. So do not forget to hit that subscribe button, like our stream, and show your support. We really, really need it.
Absolutely. Said it very well, Akshay. We appreciate all of your support across our Twitch and YouTube channels. We've been seeing great views these past few days, and we really enjoy bringing you all of this live RDPT and KPC poker action. So go ahead, smash the subscribe button, smash the like button, and drop us a comment in the comment section, and we'll be sure to interact with you. Pocket tens of Mr. Chen just moves all in here and finds the ace deuce suited of Zhang. All in and at risk now. The pocket tens need to dodge an ace and a couple of diamonds. Jack 7-6, clean as you like with the queen, and bingo bango just like that. Pocket tens with a nice double up.
Well, we still have 18 players left in the bounty event, the Mystery Dragon event. And I believe the gentleman that we see right on our screen with the WPT patch actually managed to draw the biggest bounty of this tournament, which was 20 million. And if you convert that to US dollars, that comes to be almost 15,000.
Yeah, very nice bounty for him.
The buy-in of this tournament was only 1 million. How do you say this currency, Richard?
Korean won.
Korean won, yeah. So 1 million Korean won was needed to buy in this event. And it has a massive prize pool. I believe 400 million Korean won in the prize pool, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. Big money in this prize pool.
And what a great start for the series here at Red Dragon Poker Tour in Jeju, South Korea. We had almost 500,000 USD for our first event, and now we have 400 million Korean won for our Dragon Egg Mystery event. As we see, Pocket Jacks thinking about what to do here. I believe he's gonna go all in. What is happening here, Richard? Am I seeing Pocket Jacks being folded?
Yeah, I also am a little bit speechless right now.
I mean, either the graphics were wrong or he really doesn't like Pocket Jacks.
Wow.
That was a very tight Yeah, it was a very tight, niche fold if he actually had pocket jacks.
Yeah, you definitely
And
can't be
some
folding pocket jacks there.
well, you can, but I mean, it is not going to be right, I guess. A lot of people do have, some superstitions that, oh, I really don't like this hand. I never win with this hand, so I'm not going to play this hand. Like, for example, you can write a note on top of your computer, hey, I'm not going to be bluffing today. But guess what? You are going to be bluffing today.
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes people do make notes to themselves that hey, I'm not gonna play this hand because every time I play this hand, I've lost. I think Daniel Negreanu was once discussing how much money that he's lost with Ace Queen. I think it was a lot of money that he's lost with a hand as strong as Ace Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he's lost a lot, but he's also won a lot, so that always helps.
Well, that's funny though because people always talk about how much money they've lost, but not how much money they've won.
All in for Mr. Chen, and it works this time with his marginal holding.
Richard, it would be safe to assume now you are pursuing poker full time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well, I'm I'm definitely gonna see you around for sure, whether in the commentary booth or whether on the tables. And it'll be really interesting to bluff you if we come across on the table.
well, now that we've been spending so much time together, we've revealed a lot about our game.
That is absolutely right. You might have a little surprise during a series that we spoke about in November.
Yeah?
I will let I will keep you guessing though.
Okay. Awesome.
Nothing is better than a little tension as we see King Jack move all in for his last 225,000 chips facing an open from early position. Well, a tough decision here for Mr. Wang. Needs to call 165 to win 360. Needs to have around 33% equity. Right now he has about 48% if you compare hand for hand, but he would have to compare it with whole range that Mr. Lin would jam here in this spot. Yep, makes the call. I think a correct call there, opening up
Yeah, I think
with
so.
King Jack +2. The jam is for about 6 bigs. So, I mean, fine only, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Free roll for Mr. Yang.
Oh wow. And the dealer not wasting any time. Same hand. Absolute cooler.
Well. Mr. Lin was lucky to draw the biggest bounty of this tournament, but he wasn't lucky to win the last hand, King Jack versus King Jack. He had one flush draw and his opponent had two. And there we go. And talk about our chat. being on their toes. JT, Mr. JT is saying that this guy is folding pocket jacks but calling king jack off. Maybe it is his lucky hand. Maybe he was pot committed. Maybe he doesn't like pocket jacks. We shall never know.
But certainly the pocket jack's an interesting fold, but who knows what his reasoning was.
What is the possible chance that you can misread a jack? I mean, it is very easy to misread a 4 for an ace or an ace for a 4, but it's very difficult to misread a hand like a card like jack, you know.
Exactly.
Miss Wang staying very silent on this feature table, waiting for opportunity to strike as we only have 16 players left, moving very close to our final table. As we see Mr. Chen with 8-6 off, sitting on the big blind, choosing to defend with 8-6 off versus a cutoff open. Oh, the flop is King 5-7 or King 7-5. Mr. Leng with Ace of Hearts can continue to bet, and the decision is gonna be on Chen with 8-6 with his open-ended straight draw. What is he going to do really here? He doesn't have a heart, doesn't have a king, has a straight draw. Will he choose to play this aggressively or passively is the question here.
The interesting one. We've seen mixed from him so far.
He likes to call. I like the call here, Richard, trying to see the turn card, trying to hit my card and then do something about it. Well, turn card is a 5. Now he can start leading, as we discussed, when the middle card or the bottom pair pairs. It actually becomes better for the person who has called on the flop and not the one who has chosen to bet. And Mr.
Absolutely.
Chin
We
has
know that. Yeah,
And
carry
Mr.
on.
Chen really has a 5x, when he calls from the big blind. And Bin rarely has a 5 here, like he can have 5-6 suited, ace 5, king 5 suited, and that's about it. As we see Mr. Chen getting there on the river with his straight. He has to ask himself how much does he want to bet here with the nuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Especially considering that his opponent might have a king or a 5, but him having a very disguised straight could go big, and yeah, it's exactly what it is. Just hoping that Leng has that 5. And yeah, nice run out for Mr. Feng Chen. Up to 21 bigs after that hand. Finds himself third in chips at this feature table. Only around about 16 players left. So we have been moving quite quickly here for the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2. Mr. Sun, been in our feature table for a large portion of the day, been very impressive, but just been quite card dead as of late. I definitely don't count him out. And we also haven't seen Miss Weng play a hand yet. Just nothing worthy.
Mr. Yang sitting comfortably with 950,000 chips, and he is our chip leader of our feature table. And funky card protectors there, Richard. Like we saw Thor's hammer yesterday, and we see something very, very unique on our screens right now. And I'm still trying to figure out what is it.
Yeah, no idea.
Looks like some kind of, Avenger weapon to me. Oh man. As we see Mr. Sun move all in with pocket deuces, and Miss Wang finally has a decision to make here. This is for less than 10 big blinds, and now she has to ask herself what does she think that Mr. Sun is going to jam here. I'm folding this, Richard, with ace 10. I think it's not going to make me as much money as I think it would be. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree. Suited, we're definitely thinking.
Surya, we are getting in there, baby. calling it twice. Calling it every day, twice on Mondays.
I think that's the saying.
Well, it is actually on Sunday, but I guess it's Monday today. So yeah. Yes, psych motivation. We only have bounty event for you today. Hoping to find a winner. As we see the updated chip counts, Mr. Sun moving to 10 big blinds, 325k for him after winning the last spot.
So we spoke about Mr. Sun in the previous hand. Here he is again. Marginal hand has to fold. Got to be a lot tighter right now. We can see that. Oh, patience has paid off for Miss Weng. Finally, with a nice playable hand.
Choosing to open jam pocket kings, playing sub 10 big blinds.
Alrighty, cooler inbound. Mr. Zhang looking down at a couple of mixed ladies.
Well, hold your seatbelt, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna go for a fight between queens and kings. Kings ahead right now, and I think are gonna stay ahead Queens need to get lucky here. Can Mamacitas flop a queen to send kings away and out of this tournament? A crucial flop coming for Miss Win, currently ahead with pocket kings. We see a jack high board, jack 10-6, turns a king, giving
Oh,
more up to Zhang, but it's not gonna be a 9 or an ace on the river, giving Miss Wang a double up, a much needed double up, and she is gonna move ahead of a lot of players on this feature table, and Mr. Zhang is gonna lose majority of his stack.
yeah, unfortunate there for Zhang to lose majority of his stack so late on with such a hand as beautiful as the ladies.
Well, there has been a little request for you, Mr. Richard. Our diehard fan, Psych Motivation, wants to say something, but before that, he wants to ask if he can. He wants to take permission from you.
Oh, yes, of course.
Just be nice, please. As we see Mr. Bin opening up with Ace 8 of Hearts from under the gun. And Zhang is gonna move all in with pocket fives with his last 90,000. And we see Chen with King Jack off in small blind. Well, we do know that there is no big bounty left in our dragon eggs. There are definitely some medium to low bounties, and still some of them are higher than the pay jumps that we may have in this situation. And Chen really asking himself what to do here with King Jack off. Well, the problem is Mr. Bin has raised to 60,000 and Mr. Zhang has gone all in for 90. So it does kind of open the door for Mr. Bin to come over the top, as there is the minimum difference that has been met in this situation. We see Chen cold call with King Jack off. And now Mr. Bin has a decision to make whether he wants to call the 30 or wants to raise. Well, we do have an all in on a call, and Chen hitting his king on the turn. We might see some betting by him, and he does decide to move all in on the turn, getting rid of Mr. Bin Lang. Zhang needs to hit a 5 on the river to stay in the game. He has 2 outs, once on the river. Let's see if he can hit a 5 and a 5 only. Well, it was close, but not the card that he needed to stay in the game, and we are going to lose him down to 15 players. And I believe all our players are on a break. We shall meet you guys very, very soon and update you about how long this break is gonna be. It is gonna come on your screens
Don't go anywhere.
as don't go anywhere. Yeah, that is very important.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay, is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay, your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right, so one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will sleep.
Sleepy, very
for,
sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer?
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right, thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Shinhwa World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Shinhwa World. 我是红龙杯季作战主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Shinhwa Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Shinhwa World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了。这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Shinhwa theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of coming back, I'm really excited to see a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten,
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of even, when you guys have the ads, there's a little, those plushie guys,
right,
around.
Those mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
And there's a lot of, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, throughout Asia, whether it's the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And I would like to see this event, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. Bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So, it'll be fun to actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're
always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, chuck you in the deep end, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly,
Right.
And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing. But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Ling, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. And does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter. And also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question, RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Well, we are back from our break and we have the final 15 players waiting to win this tournament, but there could be only one winner as we play to our final table to finding out the eventual winner. It is me, your commentator Akshay Kapoor, and right with me I have Richard, and we are calling the action for you guys. Richard, do I have you here with me?
Oh yes, absolutely. It's been an amazing journey so far here in the day 2 of the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty. And you can see we are down to just 15 players. Only 6 need to bite the dust now before we reach that very fun final table stage. So don't go anywhere, folks. Sit back, relax, and get ready for some tip-top poker action.
Well, as we see Mr. Chen open up the action with pocket jacks, I am looking on my second monitor some really beautiful photos of our winner from our last night in his limited edition Red Dragon jacket. Mr. Wang winning the Baby Dragon event, winning not just one but 2 trophies, getting that limited edition. The money, even even the money cannot buy that jacket for that matter, and he's looking really cool in that.
Yeah, very nice jacket to go with the trophies and the 95,000 US that he took home last night. Congratulations once again to Mr. Wang.
Well, I am going through Richard Cooper's Facebook profile as mentioned by one of our fellow viewer, Mr. Psych Motivation, and I can see Mr. Richard Cooper is also regarded as Professor Richard Cooper.
Since when?
Well, your co-commentator from your previous series has mentioned you as a professor. Professor Richard Cooper, huh? You never told me about that.
I didn't know about it myself. I don't really check Facebook much, to be honest with you.
Man, it is not good to keep secrets from your co-commentator, I tell you.
How else do you expect me to remain having an edge if I reveal all of my secrets?
Well, I will definitely need a fitness plan after commentary because you really looked fit, my friend, to say the least.
Yes, those were in my competition days.
So, Mr. Professor Richard Cooper, a professional poker player, a professional commentator, a gym rat, also takes part in competitions. And do we know, like, can we know what kind of competitions are they? Are they like physiques, or like do you have to like lift certain weights? What is it?
No, it's just a physique competition, so bodybuilding.
There you go, guys, ladies and gentlemen. A man of many talents, Mr. Richard Cooper, calling action for you here at Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Such kind words have made me very shy, actually. But I must admit, it's been a great pleasure calling the action alongside you two. Very, very entertaining indeed. You know, commentary can be boring sometimes, but never when you have a great partner. So thank you very much to you, sir.
Well, the pleasure is all mine, Richard. As I scroll down to your Facebook profile to find out if you're keeping any more secrets with me.
Full investigation.
Full investigation, yes. Alright, I've got a tough question to ask from you. Who do you think has a better physique, you or Grant? There we go, as we see and all in on a call. Well, I'll give you some more time to think about that. We have King Jack going up against Pocket Threes. Pocket Threes at risk. Well, not anymore. Flopping a bottom set. Chen almost drawing dead. Well, he can't win this hand with King Jack because we have a set of Pocket Threes who is going to win this hand and double up and move to 590,000 chips as we see our new chip counts. Still Mr. Wang with the chip lead, 800,000. Alright, now we come back to our professor, Mr. Richard Cooper.
No, definitely Grant has the better physique. You know, he is by far a superior athlete, I think.
Well, Richard being very modest, but we do have to give Grant a shout out.
Yeah, he is.
Amazing personality.
He's a champion.
Amazing. Yep, no doubts there for sure. Great personality, great body, great mindset,
That's it.
and amazing poker
Triple
player.
threat. Yep.
Yeah, he's got the trifecta working for him.
Yeah, I see he had a good session last night on the online grind. He managed to make 2 final tables, so well done to him.
As we see blind on blind fight between Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen. Mr. Yang limping with 7-5 off. Chen moving all in for almost 15 big blinds and taking down the pot. Do you have any interesting poker stories, Richard?
Yeah, I do. I have many. We obviously, you know, living in a grindhouse with 2 or 3 poker players always creates an interesting dynamic on a Sunday, and especially in Thailand because the registration for the good tournaments only start at around about 10 or 11 p.m. at night. So you would find ourselves drinking 3 or 4 cups of coffee at 11 p.m. and then grinding next to each other all night until the early hours of the morning, listening to rap music and sharing bad beat stories. So that is always one of my very, very pleasant memories.
I mean, do you still live in that grindhouse, or what is the scene now?
We actually, our lease expires, or we're moving out in 2 days' time. So unfortunately, the 3 lions will be separated.
I see. Grant, after winning a very big score in WSOP suburb, planning to move to a bigger house, I believe.
No. You know, Grant, one of the more modest people out there, actually going to something a bit smaller, and just so that he can focus on the travel and grind.
Ultimate dream of any poker player. Traveling, playing poker, staying fit, looking absolute of a gun like you guys are, the 3 lions that you mentioned. Who's the third one? I know you and Grant. Who's the third one? Michael?
Yes.
I believe he is traveling and seeing his family in UK these days.
Correct, yeah, absolutely. So he, after WSOP, went to the UK, but before that it was the 3 of us, and so both of them taught me how to play. And so I would have one-on-one coaching sessions with them, you know, anytime I wanted, just because we lived together. So it was, I mean, very, very lucky to have had that exposure.
See, I'm on top of my stalking game.
You really are.
I know I know how to track all the three lions.
That's it. That's it. Now you know. When you see us three, you better run, because it's trouble.
But
But I
I'm gonna
mean,
be
you better
very
run
tiny.
towards us. You better run towards us because you will have some fun.
Definitely, definitely. I'm gonna look tiny in front of you though. I better start going to the gym. Oh
That's it.
man,
That's it, actually. No more water fasts for you. You better get on the
no
mass
more.
gainers.
Well, actually, the water fast is not to lose weight. It is actually so that my immune system. No, I don't think it is called immune system. It is called something else. So my metabolism can restart.
Oh,
um,
yes.
because what happens is, like, so we eat every day and our metabolism doesn't like ever takes a break. So that is the one reason that I'm doing it, and the second reason I'm doing it is, basically, I've heard that if you can do the water fast for 7 days, you actually decrease the chances of having cancer in your life by a significant portion.
Wow.
So I'm just slowly and slowly trying to build my stamina so that I can, one day do it for 7 days, just to improve my health, as it is the biggest asset that any man or woman possesses.
So today, how long are you going for on only water?
24 hours.
Wow.
24 hours.
And you don't feel any inclination to eat?
Well, I'm doing it for the first time, so probably I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
All I can do is drink water for the 24 hours.
And anything inside the water or just plain water?
Nothing, just water, just plain water.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you can see, folks, the danger of the players playing so fast in the beginning means that the blinds don't have time to catch up with their stacks. And now they got big stacks, and the blinds are still only at 40k. And that's why it's moving a little bit slower than predicted.
Uh, Quite surprising to see a suited ace being folded from early position at this stack depth.
Yeah.
But that is gonna give Mr. Bin a chance to get involved and shove his pocket threes.
Atmosphere looks pretty light in the room at the moment. Everybody having a good laugh and just taking it quite easy, which is nice. Just makes the entire experience that much more enjoyable.
Well, this being as one of our lower buying tournament with a really good prize pool. Maybe that is why players are more relaxed about it. Especially all of them are in the money, so they're gonna at least double their investment now. I can safely say, as there are only 14 pairs left. Mr. Sun with a decision here with Ace Jack of Hearts, playing 15 big blinds. He has decided to move all in for 15 big blinds. A little too much. with a very strong ace. But he might be under an assumption that he will get called on the wider side since it's a bounty tournament. So you can have some strong hands in your range when you actually jam 15 big blinds. And I would really like to give a shout out to the whole team that is working in the backdrop of the Red Dragon poker team, going above and beyond to make their player experience go above the roof. I mean, they're giving you free T-shirts, I believe, for the 100 players who take part in a tournament. Then there is the limited edition jacket for the winner, right? And they had free shuttle from the airport to the venue, and the amount of efforts that they have gone to make this Dragon Egg tournament is really great. You know, it's not easy to get these golden dragons to be delivered at the venue so that it is enjoyable when players actually open up their mystery bounties.
Alrighty, so Mr. Sun, King Queen O will meet Leng Bin, Ace 4 suited in the middle, Ace 4 suited all in and at risk. Needs to dodge a King Queen. That looks good. Jack Jack 3. Yep, and just like that, Mr. Sun, nice double up through the courtesy of the big stack, Mr. Leng. And Sun very quiet at the feature table and just waiting for the right moment, and that being the right moment. So Mr. Sun now using the power of the button to his full advantage. Reaches for the triangle. Queen 9's getting shoved in. Ling Bin makes the call with the deuces. Wow. Deuces versus the Queen 9. Six big blinds effective was the shove from Sun. Queen 9 all in and at risk. Needs to hook it and oh my goodness. Deuce on the flop. Set for Ling. Trouble for Mr. Sun. Needs to find a 10 now on the river. Can he do it? 8%, 9%. And that is not what he was looking for. And just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Sun. Very nicely played, sir. And a nice chip up there for Mr. Ling. Up to 27 bigs now. Big stack bully at this feature table.
Down to our final 12, Richard. It's gonna be a big one.
It's only... Oh, yes. 3 away from the final table now. Did Chen fold the king queen? Oh.
Maybe I missed it too.
Yeah. Under the gun +1. King queen in the muck.
Mr. Bin facing an all-in for 15 big blinds with pocket sevens. It is actually half of his stack. He's thinking while he's eating something as well.
Yeah, he's eating something very sticky, it seems. Quite difficult to chew.
I saw earlier as well one player do the same thing. Not sure what it is. It is definitely not a dragon egg, guys. Nice fold, good fold. Tough decision for Miss Wang, facing an all-in with only having close to 7 bigs. Decides to fold correctly, and Chen is gonna win. Good pot.
And he showed. That's interesting.
Well, how long is it going to take him chew that thing in his mouth is actually my worry. Richard, if you were given a choice to eat one thing for the entirety of your life, what would that be?
Wow. I mean, that's a very tough question. Probably be coffee.
But you can't survive on coffee for entirety of your life, right? Are you
No,
are you
but you
looking to
can't survive
die?
on anything. No, you can't survive on anything only for the rest of your life. You'll
No,
be
you can
lacking some
actually.
form of
If you think about it,
macronutrient.
right? I mean, there must be something that has all the nutrients, right?
Absolutely, but it's something like pig fat, or like beef stock or something like that, which nobody really wants to be eating.
I mean, what if I have like a chicken salad throughout my whole life, which has salads and chicken, so I get my protein, I get my fiber,
Oh,
you
but
know?
I mean, that's cheating. I thought you meant one ingredient,
Not one ingredient, like one thing, one
one
like
dish.
what dish you can eat for the
Oh,
entirety of your life,
easy,
and
easy.
and
Chicken and rice.
chicken and rice.
Easy. I eat chicken and rice about 3 times a day and have been for the past 3 or 4 years.
Brown rice or white rice?
White rice, quicker digesting.
Do you think there's actually a big difference between white rice and brown rice?
Yeah, massive, massive difference. So brown rice actually, despite what people think, is actually a lot more intense on your digestion system. It takes a long time for your body to break down that whole brown rice molecule, whereas eating white rice, it's a carbohydrate that goes in and is very, very easily absorbed, converted to glycogen, and then you're able to use that as energy.
That is some macronutrients breakdown by our professor Richard Cooper. Not just great at poker, but also good at fitness and food.
You should see my knowledge of the junk food. That will really impress you.
Looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Oh, 12, 13 bigs. Yep. Okay, interesting.
Chen has a decision here. He's slowly peeling his cards. His opponents can actually see what he has. Well, it is ace 7, so I guess the first card was an ace, and the other card is a 7. Well, definitely ahead of some hands and definitely behind of the others. It's going to
Wow.
make this call.
Wow.
Well, a good chance that this becomes a split pot unless they hit a 7 or an 8 or we have a low run out. Well, 4,
Well,
5,
there we
6.
go.
Straight draw for both the players. Chen
Open and a
looking
straight
to
draw for Chen. Oh my goodness. Cooler inbound depending on the river. Wow, just like that. We do see Mr. Chen find his straight ace 7 coming from behind. And GG to the other Mr. Chen. Nice playing. See ya.
Hasta la vista, baby. So you're saying that you eat rice and chicken 3 times a day. Is that correct, Richard?
Correct.
Don't you get bored eating it like every day or like 3 times a day? How do you tell your brain not to like get bored of it?
It's so funny you say that because actually at this point I crave it. Like if I have a day when I'm not at home and I cannot eat my chicken and rice that I make at home, I crave that food so badly.
To change the seasoning of the chicken, or is it like the same every day and all on all the 3 meals?
So everything stays the same, all the seasoning. I limit the amount of sodium that I consume. But the only thing that is consistent is, and the other thing that is consistent that makes the meal is the garlic mayonnaise that I eat it with.
It is actually one of my favorite dips to have it as well. I remember
Yeah.
my Australian days, I used to have like, roasted chicken, the Lebanese food. And what they normally do is
Yep.
they give you like properly roasted chicken with some pickles, the garlic sauces there, some
Yep.
Lebanese bread. My God, finger licking
That's
food.
it. That's it, man. So that's the sort of style I go for. I burn my chicken a little bit when I cook it in the air fryer, and then in the rice, the secret ingredient to the rice is just a little bit of turmeric in your rice, in the rice cooker. And then it comes out this yellow color and wow, so flavorsome.
Well, turmeric is one of the ingredients that gets used in almost all Indian curries.
Exactly. And it's very good for your anti-inflammatory purposes as well as your urinary tract. So very good for your kidneys and your prostate. So power spice.
Well, talk about power. We are gonna see some power by Mr. Bain with King Queen off, choosing to 3 bet versus a button open. It's gonna be interesting to see what does Mr. Chen do with 10-7 of clubs. Is there any world that he can call 10-7 of clubs here? I know like 10-10-8, 10-10-9 probably makes in it. 10-8, 10-7 probably gets into the fold. There are only 11 players left.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a straight muck. 10-9 we're calling, of course. But 10-7 a little bit loose. Well, I don't know if we have 11 players left. Actually, we might actually be down to 9. Who knows? Seems like we are doing a bit of a reshuffle. Or they're just collecting some browns. Yeah, chip up.
We know the blue chips are 25,000. Do we know what these um, dark brown chips are worth?
500 or 5k? 5k.
Yeah, 500 would be too much. Looks like 5k. Yeah, you're right. We see Mr. Yang move all in from under the gun with ace-8 off. 17 bigs, I believe, and Mr. Bin is gonna call with pocket queens very quickly. And very unfortunate move by Mr. Yang and getting punished straight away. Well, now the question is, can he spike an ace to stay in the game or not?
I mean, interesting decision just to jam it for 16 bigs from under the gun. Oh, but I guess they're only playing, what, 4 or 5 handed?
But I mean, still you can still open, right, with ace-8, considering you're only away from the power table.
Absolutely. You definitely can still open, and unfortunately for Mr. Zhuan, that was not the route that he decided to take. And just like that, we do say GG, and swiftly we move down to 10 players. There are only 4 players here.
Well, Richard, do you have any favorite poker players that like you really look up to?
Yeah, definitely. I have a couple. I think my favorite is probably Chance Cornuth, combined with Alex Foxen. So I like both of them very much.
Well, both the head coaches of Chip Leading Coaching, I believe, CLC.
Correct, yeah. And yourself?
I used to be a very, very big fan of Phil Ivey, but
yes,
I am.
I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. Right, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name, please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
산도의 소름.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Well, I guess we are back and we have an all-in by Miss Wang with pocket queens on the button. We are gonna get more information about this table very, very soon.
Yeah, Miss Wing with the power of the ladies on the button, all in. And lucky, unlucky for her, Mr. Yu. Oh my goodness, Mr. Yu making the call. Just 3 bigs.
Well, maybe he wants that juicy bounty, that we spoke about. But he has to go for runner. 4 outs on the river. Can he do it? Can he deliver the bad beat? Well, not this time. And we are gonna see Miss Wang double up and back in the game, I guess.
Yeah, patience.
So down to up 5 out 10.
Exactly, down to the final 10. Patience being a big factor here. Obviously, Miss Wang being very quiet at this feature table. That's only the 3rd or 4th hand she's actually played. And you can see timing is everything.
Like, it's very unfortunate, she's been carded for so many hours now that she couldn't play a single hand. Whenever she played, she won. That is very important, and she did make some difficult laydowns. Hands like ace 10 off going to the bin twice by her, and correctly so.
Yeah.
As we see Mr. Yu move all in the small blind.
Are any of the Indian crowd out here in Jeju at the moment? Do you know?
I haven't seen any. I don't think so. We have a series starting out in few days time, which is probably one of the biggest that we ever had.
Oh wow! In India.
Online. In India, online. Yeah.
Got you.
And there is a live series currently happening in India as well. I think it's day 2 for their main event as well.
Nice. And what are the laws in India? Completely legal?
Completely legal. You can't play. So for live poker, you can't play on land. So you have to play in the sea. So in Goa, we have like ships. That we have like casinos that are sailing on the waters, and on that waters you can play poker. So anytime there's a poker series, right, we have to go in a ship to play it. So first we go in a boat, and then through a boat we go to a ship. Quite fun.
Oh wow, That is
Yeah, but like it's like a 5 minute 5 minute journey from the boat
oh,
to the ship.
okay. Easy.
And
I'll
for
definitely have to
online,
come visit you.
definitely, you're always welcome.
And for online?
For online, you can play from home, no problems there. But all the profits that you make, well, all the profits that you make online, you have to pay 30% tax on it, and that applies on for your live games as well. And it doesn't really matter. Like for live games, it doesn't matter if you're Indian or not. You still have to pay that 30% tax. And for online, only the Indians can play, as I told before. So that 30% tax is still there. Which is a big concern, especially when we run like live events and we want people from all over the world to come and play in India. That 30% tax is like a big hurdle that we face, attracting
Yeah.
new players to the game.
I can imagine for sure. I mean, I know the same thing is prevalent in Vietnam at the moment, and that's why a lot of the big tours have some problems there. But luckily, they seem to be much more friendly here in Jeju.
Do you know anything about tax that they're doing for this event, for this series actually?
I'm not actually sure, to be honest. I just know it's better than Vietnam at the moment.
And definitely better than India for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, all in for Mr. Chen. Short stack, 6 bigs. And quick call by Ling with the King Queen O. And this could be it. We could be looking at our bubble boy for the day. Oh, some out. Looking for a club on the river. Cannot find it, unfortunately. The dealer really quickly dishes it out there, and just like that, Akshay, we do say GG to our bubble boy, and congratulations to the rest of the players. You have just now made the final table of the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live
first tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food. Tell me.
Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I really sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Maybe one beer.
One beer?
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯季作战主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with
Yeah.
the current strategy,
Yeah.
you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again,
Yes.
to see how much people have changed,
Yeah.
to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course, of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a
Yeah,
little,
yeah.
those plushie guys,
Right,
you know,
right. Those,
around.
oh, mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And
mascots,
I
yeah.
thought they were very adorable.
very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but
Yeah.
this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event,
Right.
you know, do that, especially in this resort,
Yeah.
because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player.
Yeah.
You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got
Yeah.
a water park,
Exactly.
right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but you know,
Yeah,
but
it's versatile.
it is very
It's very
good.
versatile, yeah,
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby
Right,
Dragon.
right.
So you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and
Yeah.
not lose. I guess. Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay, so we're here to win. We're here to win.
we're always here to
Of
win.
course, of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 07. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me
Yeah.
discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of
Yeah.
like chuck you in the deep end.
Yeah.
You know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know.
Right.
And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because
Yeah.
I've actually had a baby girl.
No
So
way.
she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything,
Yes.
right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no,
Yeah.
you know. And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And yeah, for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, you know, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course,
You know,
of course.
so
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, you know, family time. It's number one. You know, but at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. You know, and it makes you have that, I guess, identity. You know? And it's not just a mom. It's, you know, I'm Celine Ling, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. And does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star.
Yes.
It just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun,
yeah,
I don't mind doing it.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky.
Very lucky?
And honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
Soon.
Okay, is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Oh, okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will be sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer?
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯季作战主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
and the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Final feature table time here for the RDPT Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty Day 2. We've seen fireworks all day long, and finally we've made it down to the final 9. This final table, 8 gentlemen, 1 female. But let me tell you, she is the one to watch. Very, very good, very aggressive, and she will steal all of the chips if they don't watch out. And here we have a very, very familiar face opening up the action. Mr. Jaemin Chu, absolute legend in the cash games here at RDPT. Akshay, are you ready?
I am ready, sir. Right in, dived in, focused in. Ready to see how these players would navigate such a difficult opponents. And I believe we have a player who was the most excited to draw the bounties, sitting in the black t-shirt right next to Miss Wang.
Oh no,
I believe you were mentioning that. Different?
Different, yeah. This gentleman, Jaemin Chu, wow, he in the last RDP kept us entertained in the cash games after hours. My goodness, let's just say he ain't afraid to stick it in.
Well, looking forward to see him play, especially after you are hyping him up.
Very exciting.
And I believe he is such as well. So it would be really interesting to see how he pressure his opponents.
Exactly, he's that type of player, to be honest. Actually, either he's got a big stack or he's busto. So that should tell you everything you need to know.
Well, if I wasn't excited then, I'm excited now. As we see Mr. Lee open up the action with ace-3 of clubs. Well. have a similar face, a similar cards, pocket kings, Richard, making their appearance one more time.
Absolutely. Cowboys, former swing, and she's all in and at risk versus an ace-3 suited. Needs to dodge an ace. And then she will be in for a full double up. Clean, as you like. Just like that, full double up. Former swing, the crusher at the table. My favorite player, for sure.
Well, these are the chip counts of this final table as we see Mr. Bin with the chip lead. It is great to have a cash player on this final table because they're always excited to play the tournaments and get the glory. And they're always, on the unique side of the game, trying to win every single pot.
Oh yes, and you
And
can
very
see
aggressive.
he's dripped. Yeah, he's dripped head to toe in Prada, as usual. Standard procedure for him.
Right. Good to know he's a Prada fan. Or is he always wearing Prada, or is it like different brands every time he shows up?
I mean, I just remember a lot of Prada on him, but I think, all brands type thing.
There you go. A loyal Prada customer. And with almost, I believe, 17 big blinds, close to 17. Open up the action with ace 4 on the cutoff, slightly on the wider side on this final table.
Yeah, definitely. But paying
But
off.
he's going. Well, moving on to the next hand, as we see few folds, and then ace 5 off decides to go all in for his remaining 8 big blinds. Well, the beauty of the final table for this bounty event, for every bounty event, is basically you get the pay jump and then you get a little incentive also for knocking out that player as well. So this is like a cake and cherry on top of a cake. I mean, this is the best thing, about covering an event from the start. Like most of the players on the final table have appeared on the feature table before, so we know we have a kind of an idea on what to like expect from these players.
Correct. I love it. It just gives that extra insight, so that we can call action just that much cleaner, having known how these players tend to act.
And kind of builds a storyline for us.
Definitely. Well said.
raise and take it for the players so far. No fights being offered as of right now, but that can change any moment. It only takes a hand or two before
That's
we
what we've
see
seen.
the cards come out.
That's what we've seen, actually. Exactly that. It only takes one hand. Ooh, interesting. Laying bin. Using that big stack now. And the blocker. Ace 5-0, good enough for the open from UTG.
There's a significant gap between the shortest stack and the chip leader, 46 big blinds to 6 big blinds, having a lead of 40 big blinds. So now what he can actually do is he can put a lot of pressure on the middle stacks. But Richard, what are the adjustments that you're gonna make as a middle stack on this final table, considering such a big gap between the first and the last guy?
Yeah, I guess I guess you have to just be a little bit tighter and take the free ladder ups, right? What do you think?
Well, definitely a lot of folding has to be done when there's very short stacks, because you really don't want to bust before they do. And as we talk about busting, we have pocket kings for our UTG player moving all in for less than 10 big blinds. This is the second time in last 4 to 5 hands that we see pocket kings show up on our final table. Let's see if anyone wakes up with a hand in the blinds. We do have ace 8 for Mr. U. He's very short stack, but he's gonna fold his ace 8. I mean, this is the best thing about the Asian players. They love to smile. They're not afraid to show their emotions. It doesn't matter what the buy-in is. If they're playing for millions and billions of money, they're always smiling, having fun on poker table, which I believe is the most important part of playing poker.
Agreed. It's the atmosphere. It's all about what you create.
I mean, would you have a guy on your poker table wearing a hoodie, sunglasses, covering up his face, or would you have a man just having a laugh on the final table? I would always pick the later. I'm all
Yeah,
about experience and not about covering myself up. Oh, I'm gonna give away a tell or two. You're gonna do it anyways.
very well said. Oh, interesting now. Jack 10 suited. Jammo from the button. And the hijack has made the call. Pocket fives will meet the Jack 10 in the middle. Jack 10 suited of Mr. U in trouble, all in and at risk. Needs to find a Jack or a 10 in a hurry. Ooh, some hearts could work. Wow, just like that. We do lose our first player here at the final table. Jack 10 suited, broken by the pocket fives. GG to Mr. U.
Well, too many outs for Jack 10 on the turn, I believe.
Too many out syndrome indeed.
All king 4 off for our chip leader, sitting on the button, trying to put pressure on the middle stacks. He's going to raise up 225k. Small blind has a perfect hand here if he wants to jam, just playing under 9 bigs. But the problem is that he doesn't want to do it up against the chip leader because he has too many chips that he can afford to gamble.
Exactly. That is the problem versus the chip leader.
Well, it's like it's two-way sword, because they're opening very very light, but then when you don't really don't want to jam because they can call you light as well, and you might just burst before the shortest guy on the table.
100%. And that is a pity that happens.
Seven people remain till we find our winner. Total people on the table are 8, but one of them is going to be our winner. So we need to lose 7 more players to find our eventual winner. Let us see who is it going to be. Let us know in the chat section who are you rooting for. Why are you watching this coverage? Which country? Which city? Tell us anything. As we see King 10 being opened in hijack position by Chen. Wang has a decision here with Ace-3 of diamonds. Kim 3-bet can jam this hand, but he is gonna go for a call. Not a big fan of it actually. Calling, Ace-3 from the small blind out of position. Middle stack versus middle stack.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting call.
It seems like more of a scared call to me. This hand is perfect if you want to jam, if you want to 3-bet. I mean, you have to take these marginal spots if you want to build a stack on the final table. Otherwise, these players are so competent that they're not going to allow you to win chips. as we see
Exactly.
check flop and turns a king. Chen turning top pair also has a gut shot with a jack, giving him the nuts. I believe he's gonna start to do some betting with his top pair.
150 is the amount into 370, so ace high will lay it down. King 8 suited for Yang. Looks like he's going to open this up for us. Ling been ever so active, ever so big stack, 3-bet coming from the hijack. 285. So relatively small. And oh my goodness, aces for Miss Wing. Ling's gonna snap this off. Ace Queen versus the aces. Just like that.
Well, she has been running really hot on this final table, first getting kings and now aces, up against ace queen this time. Needs an ace on the river. And looks like we are gonna lose Miss Wang, getting a very tough bad beat. Aces versus ace queen. Maybe I did jinx her. Not sure what to say right now. One of the brutal bad beat that we have.
Yeah, never a good way to get beaten with your aces. But unfortunately, that is the fate of the formidable Miss Wing. GG to you. Absolute pleasure watching you play. Thanks for coming. See ya very soon.
Yeah, GG to her. Really nice show. Played fearless poker. Made some moves. Made it to the final table. On to the next we go as we see Church, the suited Church, ace king of clubs.
Excuse me. Big slick, ace king, Mr. Sun under the gun. He will raise it up. Jaemin Chu, absolutely card dead. Haven't actually even seen him in a hand yet at this feature. Trust me, he's itching to play. Hands happening quite quickly here, nobody wasting any time.
I mean, this is the beauty of the game, right? You can have the best hand and you can still lose.
It's a brutal game. Nobody says it's fair.
Well, nothing is fair in life, Richard. Nothing is.
Absolutely, my friend.
I mean, you can be the best poker player out there in the world, but you might still lose to any of the recreational players. It all depends on your skill level and then a little bit about destiny deciding its own fate.
Absolutely.
As we see Mr. Prada, the cash game king, open up with Jack 5 of Hearts. Interesting open.
Yeah, I think you can go for it. I mean, I'm not saying I would.
Slightly on the wider side. Well, the winner of this event is also gonna get that limited edition Red Dragon jacket on top of the first prize.
That jacket is so sweet.
And we are playing for 48 million up top. That is 48 buy-ins of this very tournament. And almost playing
Big
for
prize money up
$40,000.
top.
40,000, right?
Yep. Correct.
And then you have bounties as well. We have an all-in and a call, Richard.
Wow, that happened very, very quickly. The ace-4 of Chen didn't even blink. Just snapped that one off, 6 bigs. No-brainer for the man. Whoa, finds his ace. Yang needs some help, and that 3 seals the deal. GG to Mr. Yang, despite his king on the river. And just like that, we do lose another player.
Well, when you know your ranges, you don't have to think about it. You know what to call, what to jam. Well, don't waste the time. Call fast. We like that here. As we have only six players left now. 6 out of the 402 players who played this tournament. This is the top 6 players on your screen. Five more to go. That is indeed correct.
So are you snapping with the ace-5?
Yes, I think so. I mean, it's like a 4 big blind jam, I guess. 60,000. We're playing 30, 60, 60, right? And the jam was for about 280k.
No, jam was like
So 5
3
big.
something, 300 and something. Yeah, 6
All
bigs.
right, let's say six bigs, right? Six bigs, right? So you have one big blind already invested, so you need to call five. Now you need to consider that there's going to be at least one minimum bounty for that. So that would reduce the actual shove of, let's say, five big blind to, let's say, three big blind. And if somebody is shoving three big blind, I'm basically calling all ace X, like as low as probably ace two soft.
Perfect.
I mean, it can be wrong. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just sharing my strategy.
No, I like it.
I mean, I have a very simple strategy, right? If I can break the hand, and know that I am ahead of a certain range, I would like to call. And if I can't break down the hand for some for whatever reason, then I would fold there. Even I can fold a strong hand there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Good fold by Jamin Chu with the sixes. Probably quite tempting.
Nine six suited for Chen on the button, playing 1.8 million chips, 30 big blinds to be exact. Decides to fold, and Leng is gonna have a very easy decision here with his queen nine off. Move all in for 8 big blinds, and queen jack suited is gonna make the call in a really nice position. Have been dominated. Only a 9 and a 9 can save bin right now. We have queen jack of spades versus queen 9 off. Well, the flop is no help to queen 9. Turn pairing a queen for both the players. And river is going to be a 3, giving our big blind a much needed double up. Right now he's sitting on 16 big blinds. Very happy, chirpy guy. We have a dealer change. This dealer was too fast for us to commentate.
Yeah, they've been told off. We like a little bit of drama here.
Or maybe this one would be even faster than him.
That's what they sent him. Jaming Chu really hasn't even played a hand yet at this final.
Well, I believe you can be far more patient in this structure, especially in the big blind structure, where you're not paying ante every hand to actually afford to, fold some hands, especially the martial ones.
Yep, absolutely. Blinds are 30k and 60k with that 60k ante. So the price of poker is still not too expensive, especially with the stacks that these guys do find themselves with. Once we cross the 100k mark, then things start getting a little shorter. But until then, still pretty deep here, a couple of the players.
Well, Mr. X with pocket fours. Facing an open by Mr. Bin with ace deuce. He doesn't know that, otherwise he would have snap jammed pocket fours. But now he's gonna fold, and we are gonna move to the small blind with who has ace 3 off. Again, a hand that really blocks the value part of Mr. Bin, but he's a bit on the shorter side to do anything about it, as we see our cash game king with jack 2 off, nothing that he can actually play with, and he's gonna fold. Continuous pressure by Mr. Chen with opening up with ace 8 off.
Yeah,
Not taking for. Go on, sorry, Richard.
Yeah, Chen just realizing that the tighter these players are, the looser he can be, trying to get away with a couple of sneaky pots. However, Mr. Sun definitely will defend a King 10-0. Chen connecting top pair, great kicker, definitely can c-bet.
Well, Sun does have a gut shot, but no heart, so he might fold here actually. Yeah.
Alrighty, folks, it looks like we will be taking a short little bit of a break here after this hand. Could be 15 minutes. Gonna go to wow, what a river, Mr. Chen. Stationing off a little bit, checks all around. Now, can he find the value bet?
Yes, he can, Richard. Going for half pot sizing. No, going for full pot here. Wow, this is interesting, no?
Very interesting.
What do you do if with your Jack 7? I mean, you don't have a club here, so maybe you can fold. No. Or decide to pay him off. Getting really unlucky on the river. Can't blame him actually for making that call as well. And we go on a break for a very short break, guys.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nemochel.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky
Very lucky?
and honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
Soon.
Okay, is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay, your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right, so one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I really sleepy.
Sleepy, very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer?
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right, thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯汽车站主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了，这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again.
Yes.
To see how much people have changed.
Yeah.
To see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten. You know.
Of course, of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour, Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys,
Right,
you know,
right. Those,
around.
mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And I
yeah.
thought they were very adorable.
very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra tables set up as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event,
Right.
you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player.
Yeah.
You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park,
Exactly.
right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but you know,
But it's versatile.
it is very
It's very
good.
versatile,
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you'll soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're here to win.
We're always here to
Of
win.
course, of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How has it impacted your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end, you know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know.
Right.
And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television, had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know? And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, you know, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course,
you know,
of course.
so
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, you know, family time. It's number one, you know. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing, you know. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have 6 people left, and we have an all-in from Jack 10 off from hijack position. The blinds have increased to 50, 75, and a 75k 1000 as a big blind ante. Mr. Bin with 7-5 of clubs in the big blind.
Well, welcome back. All of a sudden, we weren't even really prepared for that, but nicely done there by the tech team. Smooth transition straight into an all-in Mr. Huang Jack 10-0 and asking a question on Leng with the 7-5 suited. And yeah, eventually does make the lay down. Big stack, Mr. Leng. Been up top there for most of this feature table, so he has been a formidable force. Let's see if anybody poses any threat to him.
These are the final 6 of the bounty tournament, the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty event. The buy-in for this event was 1 million Korean won, and we try to find our eventual winner, who's gonna go home with a lot of money, a lot of respect, and that limited edition Red Dragon jacket. Mr. Bin with pocket jacks in the small blind, deciding between limping, raising, and going all in. We do know that yellow chip is 100k and the blue chip is 25k. We see a raise by Mr. Bin to 200k, while Mr. XU with King 6 off in the big blind decides to go all in, and Bin snap calls him with pocket jacks.
Absolutely snaps him off. The King 6 kind of caught unprepared there for the jacks. Needs a king in a hurry. Managing to find it there. King 9-9, top pair going to shoe. Might just survive this one if he can dodge a jack. Yes, he can. Deuce on the river. Safe as you like for Mr. Zoo. Nice double up for him. Up to 24 bigs.
Well, that is a downside of laying a trap down in from the small blind, raising with pocket jacks, and getting a worse hand to jam, but you cannot control if they will get lucky on the flop or on the board. Well, he's not going to be happy. Mr. Bin is not going to be happy about that King 6. As we move on to the next hand, there we go, Mr. Cash King himself, Mr. Prada. Rocking a beautiful t-shirt. To have some nice fashionable sunglasses as well. and looks down at ace 5 offsuit. Decides to fold with a bit of frustration. Has not managed to play a single hand post flop. Tried to raise twice but got jammed on by the blinds.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Jamming Chu in what you would call card dead post flop for sure. Nothing to talk about, nothing to call. Yeah, only 6 left now. We did have an impressive amount of 402 total entries into this one and started today with quite a couple of players, and very, very quickly we got down to the final table and then kind of evened out. These players here not hanging around. Mr. Zoo 3-bet ace 5-0, and Chen should just pump this up a little bit. Four bet in position. $1 million. Any world that Zoo actually calls this?
I don't think so. It'll be ludicrous to call this. I mean, it'll be ludicrous to call this. Like, he's gonna have 500k behind if he calls this, no? Or what? Yeah, he's gonna have 500k behind it if he calls. Oh no, he has. Nah, if he calls 600k, yeah, he's gonna have still 900k. There's no way in the world that he's gonna make this call. And it obviously won't make any sense if he actually goes for like a 5-bet all in, because his 4-bet is very committing enough. There we go.
Thank goodness Mr. Zoo heard you.
Well, Zoo knows the importance of his stack now, as he just doubled up with King 6 versus Jack, so he's not going to give it that easily. But a great 4-bet indeed by Ace Jack there, knowing that he's ahead, trying to get all the money into the pot, inducing his opponent. Almost induced Richard to make that call.
Yeah, it certainly did look like he was interested, so that's why I asked the question.
We do have an all-in on a call, Richard. Ace 8 versus pocket 6s. Mr. Wang finally deciding to shove his last 600k with Ace 8 off. Versus Bin, who has pocket 6s. One of the classic flips. And the flop is no help for Mr. Wang. who holds ace 8. Turn card is a king. All he needs is an ace or an 8 on the river. 6 outs going to the river. Or he's gonna go
Can he
home.
find it? No, he can't. And just like that. GG, Mr. Wang.
Well, he is gonna go home in 5th position. And we have 5 players left now. Chen being our chip leader.
Well, Jaeming Chu is going to see his first flop of this final table. He does find bottom pair.
Trying to get to the river as cheap as
First
possible.
showdown. Yeah.
Not that easy. Mr. Sun is not going to make it that easy for him, but Mr. Jamming is going to call with a pair of 4 for one big lead.
What a legend. He was
Snap
never
called him out.
folding there.
You gotta give full marks to Mr. Sun for at least trying it on the river with 8 high.
Oh well, all in for Jaeming Chu. Oh, big blind, Mr. Chen does have him covered.
Almost 20 big blind jam.
Yep. I mean, I'm definitely folding myself, but Mr. Chen, who knows?
Probably it is very close. I won't be surprised if he makes the call, to be honest with you, because he's gonna put Zoo for on a hand like King Queen suited. Well, he is just knocking down the table, and Jamie is gonna be happy to see that he got away with he got away there with ace 3 off. Slightly on the wider part of the jam with ace-3 offer 20 bigs. Just to open.
Chairman Chu does not have time, trust me. He's got to get to the cash games after this.
That can be one of the reasons. But poker players are funny, Richard, because he showed his opponent an ace and not a 3, telling him that he was actually stronger than ace 4.
Mm-hmm.
We love to deceive our opponents.
King 10-0 moves all in from the button. Ling Bin with the Jack 9-0. Good laydown, sir. Alrighty, on go the sunglasses. Chairman Chu's in a pot. King 6-0, good enough to open, but nothing brewing except in the big blind, Mr. Zoo.
A top pair for a big blind player on a monotone board. What do you think he's gonna do on a monotone board? Facing a bet of 200k.
There we go, I thought so. I was just about to say all in. Chairman Chu losing a couple of chips there. Yeah, good, Mr. Ling. Time to Push down that hammer. The Jaiming Shu does choose to defend the big blind. This is the button, ace, 9, 7, 2 clubs. He finds bottom, does have a backdoor. Flush draw, of course, through the club. Ace, 9, 7, good for the button's range, of course. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a C-bet. Oh, terrible card for Zhu and Ling. Whoa, trappy check. Both players with showdown. So Jamin Chu deep in the tank here. Strongly wants to call, it looks like it.
Well, he's definitely not happy with it. It is very easy for us sitting at our home looking at the cards to tell you that, oh, why is he even thinking about it? But it is actually a very crucial decision. because he's up against a button range which is going to be too wide, and there we go. He does pay it off. Very intelligent bet by Mr. Bin there, squeezing the maximum out of his opponent.
Yeah, very, very nice bet indeed. Let's not take anything away from his play. So Chen will take the fight here to the rest of the table. King, Queen, O, good enough to come for the open.
We're down to our 5 players, out of which 2 are very short stack. And these are the chip counts. We see a 7 big blind stack, 15 big blind stack. And the rest 3 are playing above 20 big blinds. Well, Mr. Bin is gonna open one more time, not taking his foot from the gas, as he has a6 off from the early position. And we are gonna see our cash player go all in with king 9 off, and Mr. Sun has the same hand and is gonna fold, and I believe Mr. Bin is gonna make the call, and Mr. Zhu is in a lot of trouble. a6 versus king 9, 60-40, but we have seen a king and a 9 already being folded by one of our players on the final table. This is for 1.3 million chips.
That's a very important point that you do make there, that king 9 was already folded. So there's of course 2 of Zhu's outs, and he needs to find the remainings. Ten-five deuce, no help to Zhu. Oh, and ace on the turn seals the deal. Mr. Ling chips up, and just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Jaming Zhu, eliminated in 5th place. Well done. Thanks for coming, sir. It was nice to see you again, and see you at the cash games.
Well, Mr. Zhu has done a lot of recovery on this final table. He started the final table with being the shortest stack to 400k, and now he's sitting comfortably with 1.8 million chips. Courtesy to his king six hand, getting a double up was his pocket jacks when he was behind blind on blind. Well, the poker gods had a different plan for him, and he still remains with us as we try to find our eventual winner, the champion of this bounty event, the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty.
That's absolutely correct. Blind v blind action. We always like to see it.
We do see an ISO by Mr. Bin with King 3 off and a call by a small blind player. These two are the chip leaders of this final table. Mr. Bin having the most chips on this table, and Chen being the second, and Chen being in second position. Ace 5-7. It should really end the hand here, as Mr. Bin is gonna make a small bet on a board that should be good for him, better for him than his opponent. Mr. Chen in disbelief.
He does look a bit in disbelief, but believe it or not, you have to fold, Mr. Chen.
A very openable hand for Mr. Sun, King Queen of 1.1 million, and he is gonna jam all of his chips. Let's see if anyone wakes up with a hand behind him to call his jam.
Yeah, 11 big blinds, King Queen O under the gun. The next hand you are in the big blind, so may as well stick all your chips in now on the King Queen O.
Mr. XU deep in the tank with Queen 10 off, facing an all-in of 11 big blinds. Is also considering if he does call and win, he is gonna win another bounty. Loses this, he's gonna be down to only 500k, which is only 5 big blinds. What do we have tomorrow for our viewers, Richard? Main event day 1A or something else?
Yep, that's correct. Tomorrow we are bringing you the live coverage of the RDPT Main Event Championship. Day 1A takes place tomorrow, and we have 1B and 1C, and then we will bring you the following days.
Four people remain on this final table. As we deal the next hand, Mr. Bin has been really aggressive on this final table. The blind levels right now are 50,000, 100,000 with 100,000 big blind ante. Action is folded to the blinds, and Mr. Sun is gonna give a walk to Mr. Chin. There we go. These are the chip counts. Huge difference between the chip leader and the shortest stack, 45 and 11. As we see Mr. XU having pocket fives from UTG position, 4 people left. You can easily jam this hand for 16 big blinds, which is what we see. And
He seems to have heard you, and he does just that. 16 BBs in the middle.
well, he's definitely gonna get a call by Mr. Bin, I believe, for 1.6 million. 16 big blind jam from early position. King Queen just makes it to the call. 4.5 million pips. You win this, you can solidify your chip lead. You lose this, you will still be fine with 2.9 million chips. And if you choose to fold, you would still be fine. So I mean, he can either go call or folds. I mean, nothing would be too bad here. Maybe I would fold here.
Ling, yeah, I would probably too, but Mr. Ling looks very interested.
Well, it is a hand that does play really well when there are only 4 players on the table, even if they're jamming 16 big blinds. They're blocking kings and queens and ace king as well, ace queen. So your player has a lot of pocket when he jams, but he does have ace jack, ace 10 that he can play this way, especially the offsuit part of that.
Oh, good lay down, Mr. Ling.
Are we rabbit hunting the flop? Richard, is that what is happening? Do you see what happened when the hand got over?
Yeah. We've been doing it since the beginning.
I believe they started it from today. We didn't have it for the last 3 days, right?
Correct.
There you go, folks. We are updating our display for you, our graphics for you every time, every day. We are improving. First, we started with the action camera. Now we are starting with the rabbit hunting the flop, even if the action is folded. We're doing everything we can for you guys. And all we ask is you to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and keep showing up every day for the next 6 to 7 days and keep us entertained while we try our best to keep you guys entertained. This is me, Akshay Kapoor. Right with me, I have Richard, Mr. Richard. You can call him Professor also. A very knowledgeable human being.
Absolutely.
Knows a lot about
Been electric.
knows a lot about workouts. I mean, you can ask him anything, poker related, food related, gym related. He would tell you everything. Even you can ask him about Thailand. He can tell you those secret spots that nobody would tell you.
That's it. Absolutely full service here at the RDPT Jeju 24. We like to keep you guys entertained and keep you up to date with everything that is poker and the life around it. And as my good friend Mr. Akshay Kapoor has just said, it's been electrifying so far to be calling this action. And we are down to the final four here. The price of poker has increased. 50k and 100k are the prices of the blinds. And we do have that 100k ante active on the big blind each round. So sit back, relax, and we say it every time, get ready for some tip-top poker action.
Well, we do see Mr. XU defend a7 of diamonds from the big blind and flop top pair, and he's facing a very small bet by the pre-flop raiser. Now, turn does bring a pair for Mr. Chen, which might slow down a little bit of action, I feel. The river is
flush.
jack of hearts.
Flush and straight coming through on the river. Scary for both players.
One card straight, two card flush. Can Mr. Chin convert his hand into a bluff? Surely it is not good on this run. Or maybe it is good, you never know. I think Mr. Chen thinks that his pair of 8 is good, but that is not true. Here we go, that's a bit of surprise move there. Yes, that 8 is not good. I mean, they should introduce like a tag team tournament where one pair will play the pre-flop, the other one will play flop, and then they will change it on tournament, and it's like heads up team match. That would be really interesting to watch.
Well, quite loud in the background there. You can see players enjoying themselves with some of those side events and other happenings.
Yeah, well, we do have some single day high rollers running on the side as well as other side events, and I believe some cash games as well, Richard. These are checkouts for our final table. Mr. Ben still keeping the lead. I mean, Richard, you would think like when we lose, when we start losing players, and when we are playing like a short-handed poker table, the action will be fast, and the players would be playing more hands. But it is actually not true. As we close the gap between the first and the rest, we do see that the game go a little bit slow. Well, as we see, Chin bit out his pair of 10, but Mr. Pin does have King of Hearts if he wants to be creative about this hand. He does have a gut shot as well. I believe double gut shot. Yeah. So any 5 or any 9 will give him a straight. Any heart will give him a flush. So I don't think he's going anywhere with this hand. And go to the river. Mr. Chen needs to dodge a lot on this river. As he does, the river is ace of diamonds. It doesn't change anything. But the main question is, can Chen win this hand? Because I am pretty sure Bin is not gonna check back with King High. Well, maybe he does prove me wrong. And he does check back King High. But I doubt it. He does check back. And he's not gonna be happy to see a pair of 8 beating him. He knows that there were a lot of outs that he had, 17 outs on the river to be precise, to win that hand, and he did miss out on all of them.
People very rowdy in the background. Something's going on there. Well, same hand. They will battle here pre-flop. Ace Queen O. Chen happy to make the call. The big blind looks interested as well. Whoa. He folds and all in is the call. Snap call by Chen. Zhu does have Chen slightly worrying him, of course, with the same hand. Let's see what the dealer does bring. Oh, bunch of diamonds. Worrying indeed. Able to dodge that one, and just like that, we see a nice little chop pot for Mr. Chen.
Here we go. Chip counts on your screen. Mr. Leng still out ahead. 36 big blinds. Been a dominating force all day long here at the day 2 of the Mystery Bounty Dragon Egg REPT. Oh, ballsy play. Mr. Sun, Queen 5 suited all in from under the gun. And snap call by Zoo. Not sure what Zoo has just yet, but he's quickly made that call.
We are gonna find out very, very soon. Ace 3 off.
GG to
Down to
Mr. Sun. Not able to find what he was looking for. And Zoo chip up. And just like that, we are down to the final 3, Mr. Akshay.
Well, the final 3, the last 3. Who are we rooting for? Do we have a fan favorite? Well, he's gone. He's gone playing cash games, you know. What do you think of poker deals that happen on the final table convention? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they obviously do have their place, and then some places they don't belong, of course, when you have a proper edge. But it all just does depend on the distribution of stacks, etc. What about yourself, Akshay? Same sort of thoughts?
Mixed thoughts, because I mean, it is like, so if you so I had a coach once who used to tell me, if you're getting risk-free money, take it. Don't leave it to the very end. But then I have also had different coaches telling me that if you have an edge, go for it, and if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win, because I mean, this is the reason we work so hard. Is winning. The actual glory of poker is winning the poker tournaments, and not chopping or doing something like that. And it kind of takes something away from the game when we actually do the deals, because for example, right, there's a big difference between if you are playing a 30k heads up and a 3k heads up.
Yeah, definitely. Big difference.
Yeah, and it actually kind of backfired me once, when I was probably I was deep in one of the most, how do I put it nicely? Let me think of it. I'll get back to you.
Okay, sure. Mr. Chen will carry on the story here, finding top pair. And Leng not in any position to really do any calling.
So
Pretty
probably,
tight. Up
like,
top, 35, 34, 32. All those big blinds pretty evenly distributed. Sorry, Akshay, do continue.
so probably like let's say in 10 years of my experience of playing poker full time and semi part time, I've probably made like I played 10 heads up matches, probably maybe 20 of them, and most of the times I used to take a deal and go to bed early, taking risk free money. But it happened like once I was deep in a main event of APPT. I was heads up and we were playing for like almost $35,000. As that was the difference between the first and the second position, and it created a lot of pressure on me because I never played such a big heads up match in my life, and I really did not paid attention to studying the heads up ranges before I made that final table. So it kind of backfired, not actually playing um, a bit smaller heads up before that, so that I was, one day I'm playing a heads up, I'm not playing a heads up match of for even let's say 1K, and the next day I'm playing a heads up match for around $35,000.
Yeah, very true there. The extremes can be a factor.
As we see, Ace 10 in the small blind, going for a 3 bet, and Mr. XU has Ace Deuce of Diamonds in the big blind. Would decide to fold, and I believe Chen is going to fold King 4 off as well. Chen really trying to push the small blind and the big blind around with his 3 million stack. Trying to get all the chips that he can, but it's not gonna happen. While on Bin's watch, as we see the chip counts, and as you mentioned, there isn't much of a difference between these three players, 37, 31, 27. Mr. Go with queen, deuce off in the small blind. Walks given by him will raise in fact with one high, one low card, following a mixed strategy from the small blind. What do you do if you are Chen with queen 8 off? And we have our runner-up player from Baby Dragon event right in the backdrop. Miss Wen, I believe. Miss Chen, sorry. Wen Chen is the full name, I believe.
Seven three deuce. So he does find bottom and continues the story.
Queen 7 off here in the small blind. A very aggressive player. I believe he calls. And Mr. Bin with Queen 4 off. Bin length 3.5 million chips. Chip leader of the table. Has a decision to make here. And he's going to check back his option. Onto the flop we go. Queen 10 deuce, top pair for both the players. Chen having the best of it so far. And he's going to check his top pair. Trapping Mr. Bin. And we might see a check release here. As well as check call. Both the options are on the table. And he's going to flat call with his top pair. 7 kicker. Well, turn card is a jack, and now there are 29 outs where this spot would be chopped by both the players. 29 cards, which is more than half that deck. I mean, it's more than half the deck actually.
Yeah.
And we would see Mr. Chen lead out for 350k on a jack of clubs on the turn. I mean, what do you do with Queen 4 off here? I think Mr. Ben has called. And we are going to the river. Is it going to be one of those 29 outs where we are going to chop this pot? Well, what do you say it is, Richard? Everyone loves a chop pot? Or is it going to be a...
Everybody.
I'm telling you, Chen doesn't love a chop pot right here.
I don't think so.
He had Mr. Bin in a lot of trouble, and the deuce has paired on the river, which has totally changed the board. Now these two players are chopping as long as the action goes check, check or bet call. And we are probably going to see a very small bet, something around 400k. Mind me, it is definitely bigger than 400k here, Richard.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, 800k.
Half pot. More than half pot, no? Well, 801.3. And he has decided to call, and they are gonna be chopping this one. Pair of queens with pair of deuces, jack being the kicker.
2 does find middle pair on the turn and now makes 2 pair on this river, so I'm sure value bet comes in if Ling checks.
Interesting 3-bet here, Richard, with King 4 off versus an open.
Yeah, we have seen quite passive play by the blind so far over the last couple of hands, since we've been 3-handed. So maybe just time to step up that aggression a little bit. Some big commotion going on in the background. I wonder what's happening there. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, even I'm curious now. What is the fuss about?
Sounds like a flip out event, if you ask me.
Yeah, could be. I did hear you mentioning that you're running that event today, and I think we had 2 flights today, if I recall it correctly.
I think so. I do believe that's correct. Ooh, interesting here. King Jack Go gets open on the button for Chen. Leng going for the 3-bet now. Chen has been pushed around as of late, so might get a little bit sticky here. Does make the call. $9.55. Both players missing. Overcards for Chen. Wow, Leng will continue the story. Just ace high. And very quickly, this is a chip lead pot. Mr. Chen not going anywhere, making that call. I don't see it turn. Nobody improving, but Leng does pick up a gut shot now, so let's see if he continues this or gives up. Just hopes to get a showdown now with the ace high. Chen now will steal this aggression. Sizable bet here. At least $1 million. 1.1 to be exact. Leng's got to commit more than half his stack if he does call here, so very, very Tough spot for him.
Chen showing him the bluff.
Yeah. That's the best part.
Well, that is definitely gonna raise some questions for Mr. Bin.
JG Dragon Quest D1 game venture up. Your milestone is 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 NP. Once again, venture up, 4,000 NP.
Ooh, big stack of Chen. Looks down. Blind v blind action here. Jack 9 suited, raising into the ace king of Chen. I mean, he's definitely going to increase the price, and small blind could call. Chen with the check mark. Zhu probably knows he needs to bet here. Tough spot for the ace king. Can he sniff it out? If he does, he will be a big stack leader, and both of these gentlemen will be under 20 big blinds. Well, these are those calls that we were talking about previously. These are the calls that lead you to win tournaments. Because if he makes this call, it's pretty much a much easier game for him going forward. But if he folds, his opponent very much closes that gap. Wow. Chen makes the call. And what a call it is. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a massive turning point at this final table. Chen takes the lead now, 6.5 million, 52 bigs, plays 16 bigs, plays 13. And wow, wow, wee wow, how the power has shifted, Akshay.
Well, definitely, that was some hero call that we saw in the last hand, just calling on the river with ace high, especially when the stakes are so high. I mean, it is not an easy call. It may look easy on our, on our YouTube stream, but it is actually very tough when you are under so much pressure. We do see both the players hitting bottom pair. Chen with 10-3 of hearts, Bin 3-4 of clubs. Chen taking a back seat with Jack 6 of clubs. And the action folds to Mr. Bin in the small blind. He's playing 1.6 million, has Queen 6 off. And tries to limp. See a flop, but Mr. XU with king 4 of clubs is going to jam the remaining 1.6 million. Alrighty, heads up we go. We have 9 deuce versus 7-6 off. Chen checking back his option, flopping second pair. Small blind does have a lot of outs, 13 outs to be precise on the flop. Flush draw, pair of 9. He does have a bottom pair as well, and you know this can go anywhere. He can actually go for a check raise, call, go all in. Everything is on the plate, guys. He can literally do anything, and that would be fine play.
Well, right now it looks like he's preparing to go into the rainstorm. And that's what it looks like he does, raising things up to 425k. Not trying to give off any tells. Chen quickly calling. Jack of spades on the turn, definitely not a card that Zhu was wanting to see. Definitely trying to complete his flush. He just pushes his bounty chip all in. Did you see that?
Maybe I missed that. As I see Chen with 7-6 off, just with third pair facing an all-in. So he's ahead with a pair of 7, and he's blocking a flush with 6 of clubs. But does he make this call? It's for a lot of chips, and he's going to fold his hand, and we will see Mr. XU bluff one hand versus Mr. Chen. Finally, he tried it last time and failed, and this time he has succeeded.
Well,
We have
all
an
in
all-in
and
and a call
call.
here, Richard.
Yeah, quick succession. Mr. Leng all in with the church at risk here versus the snowman of Mr. Chen. Oh, ace in the window. Looking good for Leng. Ace on the turn. And while the dealer not wasting any time, trips for Mr. Leng. Chen continuing the aggression up to Zhu now in the big blind 6-4-0. Chen taking this king to Mr. Zhu. Ace Jack 3, 2 clubs. Another player holding a club. Chen still out ahead here with the king. C-bet good enough. Zhu down
Still
to
with
just
our final
13 bigs
play.
now, so. Yep, final 3, Zhu, 13 bigs. In that danger zone, as they say. Wow. Zhu all in, blind v blind versus Chen, and caught a little bit unexpectedly here. Queen 7 suited, going to meet the ace 10-0 in the middle. All in, and at risk is Zhu. Ten in the window. Whoa, make that a double 10. Trips for Chen. Big trouble for Zhu, and just like that, checkmark Chen. GG to Mr. Zhu, eliminated in 3rd place. And Chen now, big stack bully here, 49 bigs, plays 18 bigs. My friend Akshay, it's heads up time. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a couple of pictures and then we'll be back.
We shall see you back in 10 minutes, guys. Enjoy the break. Grab some water to drink. We shall see you back again in 10 minutes.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event right in front of me. Alright, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky.
Very lucky?
And honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will be sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon. Hi everyone, we're here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. I'm Stanley, your host of the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Hi everyone, we are here at the amazing Jeju Xinhua World. 我是红龙杯季作战主持人 Nike Chen.
That's right, let's go check it out.
发现济州神话世界是一个很有趣的地方，我们抢先一步带大家去看看。
And the dining options are just as amazing. Perfect location to take a break, grab a bite.
真的很赞，我觉得我在这里快要控制不住，想要 shopping 了。
And here we are at the Xinhua Water Park, one of the coolest attractions at the Jeju Xinhua World.
哇，这里真的太适合跟家人朋友一起出游了。这里有那么多的事情可以做，那么多的乐趣可以享受。
Absolutely. Now let's check out the Xinhua theme park. I can't wait to try them all out. But first, let's head into the venue and see where all the actions are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lin. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
Oh, mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They were very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon. So, you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, kind of like chuck you in the deep end. You figure it out, and you got to figure it out quickly. And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities, and it's taken me on a journey where I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that poker presented itself, and I was able to get over them, and I was able to do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing. But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course,
So to me, exactly, to me, family time, it's number one, But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing, And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Celine Ling, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. Does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter. And also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps. It's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God.
Well, down to the final two players, down to the business end of the tournament, where one of these two guys are gonna go home with the winner jacket, with the winner trophy, and the first prize, which I believe is 48 million, 48 Korean won, along with some bounties. As we welcome Richard back to the stream.
Thank you, Akshay. Absolutely excited for this heads-up match. Mr. Chen, the big stack, of course. Let's see if he's able to just dominate. So Chen,
Well,
just
Chen,
continue.
I got some information on Chen as I always do. His total live earnings is about $280,000, and his best live cash is $40,000. He comes from China.
So that's probably close to his biggest score potentially.
Uh, Probably not because his biggest live cash is $40,000, and I think he's gonna. Yeah, it's close. Like he's gonna go home with around 35,000 if he wins this one, along with some bounties. But I don't believe the bounties are calculated in the hand and mob. But he's been
Right.
busy playing the WSOP this summer. He's been playing a lot of 3Ks, 5Ks, some 1500s.
Being busy.
Well, I do have another interesting fact about him. He has never won a poker tournament, which is recorded by Hand and Mob. So the best place that he's finished ever in a poker tournament is second position, runner up. Never have won a championship.
Wow. So I'm sure he is dying to win one here tonight.
While his opponent is also not a stranger to the final table, his live earnings is about 125,000, and he is definitely going to get his best live cash. His last best cash was $20,000, which I believe he's definitely gonna break today, if not already broken. And he has won 2 tournaments prior to this, so he does have some experience playing heads up, has an experience of beating his opponent in a heads up match. As we see Chen with ace king off, definitely opening this hand. The question is how much. Well, Mr. Lang playing around 24 big blinds here, and he's going to flop trips while ace king flops at the dot, looking for that queen. Interesting check on the flop.
Definitely.
As we see Mr. Leng turn a full house, taking away even a queen out from Chen. Chen almost drawing dead now, and really hoping not to hit an ace or a king. But inside his thought process, he's always asking for an ace or a king on the river, which is going to be really a big disaster for him if that comes. While river is a deuce, he still has ace high. Leng sitting there with stone nuts. Jack 8. The only hand that beats Leng holding is pocket tens, and that's about it.
And Jack 10, of course. But Ling blocking that hard, so very nice. Easy folds.
Very nice spot for you, Richard. I did actually miss Jack 10, so very nice spot by you. That is why they call you Professor.
I don't think so.
Not letting anything slide by, not even missing one hand, keeping me on my toes.
Somebody has to, actually. Somebody has to.
I've been told that before also. And for people who are wondering how come we can live stream this footage to you, well, we are on a 30-minute delay to protect game integrity, so that people cannot cheat, people cannot see the live stream, although they are not allowed to use any electronic device, but maybe their friends can. But even then, we are on a 30-minute delay. Mr. Lang opening up the action with 6-4 of spades, and we are gonna see Chen defend with King 9 off. Interesting spot for King High, as we see Ace 5-5 flop. Lang with the pre-flop raise. Legs to check, and now we see a jack on the turn. Chen again checking his option, and now we are gonna see a delayed C bet by Mr. Lang. And he seems to be eating something that is very hard to chew as well. Both the players are playing identical stacks, 33 big blinds each. And it's gonna come to two things: who's gonna run hot on this final table heads up match, and who wants it more.
Yep, very well said there, Akshay. That's what it's about now. Both these guys showing a little bit of fatigue, but it comes down to who wants this championship the most, who's willing to fight for it. It's the real question.
Well, interesting open by Mr. Leng here with Jack 3 off, keeping the pressure on Mr. Chen. As we see King 5 deuce, two clubs, and none of the players have a club. was check, check. Turn is a 5 of clubs, completing the flush. Maybe the person who bets it first takes it down.
Could be.
Yeah. Seems like a 495, 475 kind of bet. There we go. 475 it is.
Exactly what it is.
Mr. Leng taking a little bit of lead in this heads-up match. Quite early, showing aggression, raising very marginal hands, and playing mostly on turns so far with the help of delayed C bets. Would you like to explain to our viewers what do I mean by delayed C bet?
Yeah, sure. So when we refer to delayed c-bet, generally we're talking about where the pre-flop aggressor does not bet the flop and decides rather to check and then bet on the turn, and therefore we call it delay c-bet.
Very well explained there by Richard.
Five seven deuce, rainbow flop. Both player missing the board until the turn. And now, perfect opportunity if Chen does check, but no way Chen checks here. I was going to say perfect opportunity for a delayed c-bet from Leng, but Chen not allowing that at all. Leng with the check mark. Chen just gives up here on this river. And let's see if Leng is able to suss out that he could have a very thin value bet here with second pair. Exactly what I thought. Chen does just give up.
There we go. One has the best hand, one has the worst of it. I really like how Chen has made his poker face.
Similar to Phil Ivy's, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe that's his inspiration, you know?
I think so.
How much do you make it? Like 850? 900? Definitely not more than that.
No, got to be small. And actually, against Chen, I don't mind flatting here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Aces can definitely be one of those pairs that, you know, just want to call versus a raise. You can probably raise like jacks, queens, and kings, which needs more protection.
100%. And we know Chen's going to
Mr. Bin,
blast off.
yeah, definitely. Like he has shown the tendency of bluffing, and you know, Mr. Bin is like really aware of that as he takes the early lead in this heads-up match.
Yeah, Mr. Lang playing really, really well at the moment.
So these guys are playing for the trophy, for the first prize. Also, the person who does knock out the other guy is gonna take away the bounty chip of theirs, giving them an extra chance to draw a good amount of bounty.
Psychic motivation keeping us company all day in the chats. I really must just say, shout out to you. You definitely are the MVP here. And Marco Farias just saying, those people screaming in the background, yes, I do believe they are playing the flip outs. And that's why they were so crazy earlier on. So we do apologize about those fans in the background.
Well, Psychic Motivation did mention that he is competing in a competition next month. The competition is called Strongmen, and he wanted to take some advice from you.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Well, Psychic Motivation, send me a Facebook friend request and I'll be happy to share some tips and tricks with you. Always happy to pass on some knowledge.
The lines are 100k, 200k with a big line of 200k. There's already 500k in the pot, half a million. Chen with 15 big lines.
We'll make the call. We'll see a flop here between these two. Could get interesting depending on the suit. Oh, what a flop for Leng, but unfortunately Chen missing completely. So Leng maybe not able to get any value out of this one.
Do you ever check back this flop if you have a6 of spades?
Maybe.
I mean, I
I
would.
don't think so, though. Yeah. I mean, against Chen specifically, I don't think so. Just because I feel like
What is he doing? What is he
loosey-goosey.
doing? All that thought. All that thought. He's going for a raise, for a check raise with no
Yep, that's what I'm
blockers to
saying.
anything.
No need to check back.
Surely, you're flat calling with a6 of spades, right?
I mean, what are you worried about, right?
Nut flush draw, top pair. What else do you need, my friends? Well, you're also getting check raised with your opponent when he has 8 high and no draw. Go flat. I feel like Chen is gonna just blast it off in this hand.
Yeah, of course. He has to.
Yeah.
He's committed at this stage.
Turn card is a 9 of hearts, making it a bit more interesting. 2.7 million already in the pot. Chen has 2 million behind. He goes for a check. Chen dropping down to 10 big blinds. Nothing seems to be working for him in this heads up match, as Mr. Bin going to 8.1 billion chips. 40 big blinds, 4 to 1 advantage for Mr. Leng. This seems like an esports match. If you look at through the action camera, where you can look at both the opponents playing one game and you having a different view, definitely gives you that esports vibe. All right, all in on a call. Chen with pocket kings, looking for a double up. Well, a must needed double up for Mr. Chen.
Absolutely. Much needed double up, and just like that, we're back to even Steven stacks here. Mr. Chen clinging on.
As we get to see the Red Dragon trophy, I believe, Richard.
Absolutely correct, Akshay. That is the beautiful RDPT trophy for the winner.
Back onto the action camera, and Mr. Leng still has the chip lead, 5.5 million to 3.5.
Yeah, but definitely no clear winner at this stage, and no clear person who seems to be running better. Both players suffering big losses.
Well, if Mr. Chen wins, it is going to be his first ever win that gets recorded on Hand and Mob. And if Mr. Leng wins, it is actually going to be his third win. Mr. Leng already has broken his own record of his best live cash, which was $20,000 prior to this. This is the first time I'm getting to see the action, using a dynamic camera. Are you used to this, Richard? Like, seeing this heads up where you can look at both the opponents at the same time?
No, definitely not.
These players do not want to give anything away. Mr. Leng thinking with 7 deuce even, versus a raise, not even a limb. All right, Richard. Tell me one thing. What is like the biggest mistake that the amateur people do when they start working out, or when they start going to a gym?
I think trying to lift too heavy, where it's definitely not about lifting heavy weights, it's more about your form and your technique.
And the discipline. I'm pretty sure, pretty confident that it took you years to achieve, to reach where you are right now.
To be honest, no. I mean, I've always just been extremely motivated to get bigger, look better, and push harder, and that's always kept me going since the first day I started training.
But how long did it take you to reach here?
Probably 2.5 years. So not very long,
Wow,
to be honest.
that is impressive. Yeah, that is very impressive. Like 2.5 years. And if you guys are wondering what am I talking about, you need to go and check out his Facebook or Instagram, and you will definitely get what I'm talking about. As we see, Chen three bet with pocket jacks, and Mr. Leng has king nine off. Let's see what he decides to do. These hands are very strong when you are playing heads up. King high, super powerful. Jacks even more powerful than king nine. But we are gonna see Mr. Leng play with full discipline, focus, and he's gonna fold king nine off.
Yeah, well, important pot there. I mean, if he makes a call and he loses going after that, excuse me, he loses the pot, then he gives up his chip lead quite significantly to Chen.
And how long have you been eating chicken and rice 3 times a day?
Probably about 2.5 years as well.
Wow. And you've like always stick to that diet for 2.5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I could place a bet with you that if you phoned Grant right now and asked him what my favorite meal was, he would definitely tell you chicken and rice.
And who makes this for you? Do you make it for yourself?
Yeah, yeah. So just chicken in the air fryer and rice in the rice cooker. Very, very simple.
Keeping life simple, huh?
That's it, man. Do you have an air fryer?
Well, I don't have an air fryer. I do have an oven, and I love to cook, but I can't imagine cooking chicken. Like, forget about eating. I can't even imagine cooking chicken and rice for 2.5 years, 3 times a day, or like let's say even once a day, and then I'll eat it for 3 times. But I can't even imagine doing that for 2 years.
Yeah, no, it definitely does take some commitment.
Well, it definitely shows up on my body. Like if you see me, I'll be totally opposite to what Richard would look like. And I'm not kidding. I'm being serious, right? Like if I would have a body fat of 25%, this lad would have around, I'm not sure, like 6%.
That's so funny. That's so
Like
funny.
I went from like skinny to asking God to make me to bulk up to give me fat, and the God or the high power listened after like 10-15 years, which was too late. And now I am like into a category where like I wanna lose weight, I wanna build muscle, I wanna go back to the good days.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, you see, the thing with me, actually, I've always been a skinny kid. I weighed 2.5 years ago, I was weighing in at about 68 kilograms.
What about now?
And now, probably about 88 kilograms or 90 kilos.
Well, we are on the same weight class. How come you look more fit than I?
Well, Well,
I,
actually,
I'm actually really clever as well.
how tall are you?
I am 5'10", 178 centimeter.
Oh, wow, okay. So I'm a little bit taller than you.
Still,
Little,
I will,
yeah.
I will, I will be happy with half the muscles that you have.
Well, actually,
As we see
when
these two
we are
guys.
when we're in Jeju later this year, I promise we'll go to the gym together after our meal.
Done. I was actually thinking, very like a crazy plan to actually like drop everything and move to like Thailand for maybe like 3 to 6 months and actually like just
Oh,
focus on poker and fitness
oh wow. You should.
because there's a
You
lot of
should.
I know some people that I don't have too many friends there, but what I've seen is that they have a really fit culture. Like there is a street in Thailand where basically you have different sorts of gyms. Like you have your conventional gym, then you have your Muay Thai, you have your different kinds of workouts, and all the people surrounding that place are very fit. And as they say, you are who you hang out with. And I'm guessing I'm hanging out with some chubby friends of mine, and I really need to find some fit guys in my friend list.
Well, I tell you for sure, Thailand is the place to be. You can't go wrong here. There's so many cheap options for good, healthy food, so many gyms, and so many other people that are in such good shape that you have to kind of keep up, Akshay.
I think that is one thing that is common between Australia and Thailand, that people over there are very very fit and healthy. Whereas if you come to places like India, because the food is so rich in flavor and taste, not taking anything away from both Australia and Thailand, people just love to eat. Like you won't believe, like there are restaurants who are open till 5 in the morning, serving food which is full of carbs. And that was never a thing in Australia. As we see 9-3 fight off with 7-4, and on to the turn we go. Both players still with nothing but a big heart.
Your price now is 3,000, 6,000 with 6,000 NT.
Well, the fight is not between the cards anymore. The fight is between who has got the bigger balls to, actually bluff in this spot, as both the players are sitting there with 9 high and 7 high. And do not rule out anything like I did few minutes ago. But we are gonna see Chen fold his 7 high after a deep tank. He was thinking about doing something, but held himself back, hoping to have a better opportunity later in the heads-up match. You were saying something, Richard. You were giving me good motivation. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, no, all good, all good. Just said Thailand is definitely a place to be. Many poker players and many very, very fit people. So good influences all around. And if you do come, please look me up. Be happy to show you around.
I will definitely. probably go to gym with you every day and start eating rice and chicken.
You have to, man. You have to. You will love it. Trust me.
Yeah. So in India, right, you live with your parents, and I've been eating rice 3 times a week, right? With different kind of like lentils. I've been eating with like different lentils, yeah. So earlier, my mom complained to my elder brother that all Akshay eats is rice, like literally, and I have a different lentil every day, and
Yes.
she's already complaining to my brother, hey, your brother has gone sick, he's eating rice every day. I can't cook it. I
That's
can't cook it for him all day, you know.
that's funny. That's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, some people don't really understand it, you know.
that is
I
true.
love rice. I mean,
But yeah,
Indian rice must be great as well. I can't
oh
imagine
yeah,
the
it is.
different types you have
It is
there.
I actually believe India is one of the biggest exporter of rice in the world. Not, you know, like, and the rice are actually very, very good in India.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it.
As we see Chen with Jack Nine of Clubs, still playing 17 big blinds, 17ish big blind. Man, these guys are not holding back, you know. They are raising every sort of hand, whether it be Jack Nine of Clubs, three deuce off. Just never want to take off their paddle. And look at Mr. Leng
Yeah, I
with
like
eight
it.
three. I mean, you know, he's actually considering what to do here. I mean, if you have a regular poker player, this would have been folded ages ago, and we would have moved ahead of the next hand. But Mr. Leng just decides to call. There we go. I believe both the players have some people on the rail, as we see a board of 577. It seems like a jelly to me that these guys are eating, which is very hard to break. All you have to do is chew and throw it.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting serious jaw workouts over here.
No wonder these guys don't have double chin like I do.
They work hard.
Yeah, even on poker table,
That's
or
it.
maybe just
No
on poker
rest.
table. Well, a raise incoming. Richard, 8-3 of diamonds,
Oh, wow.
raising on 7
Wow.
7 5, and he's gonna take it down.
I mean, special, hey?
You know, talk about being aggressive. Talk about just some street poker and having a big heart to bluff on a very, very coordinated board. No wonder this is like the purest form of poker you will ever see. Well, you know, nowadays, how you tell people that you are the best poker player in the world is by showing them how much you have won, whether it be in your tournaments or cash. But back in the day, it used to be, you know, these heads up fights, showcasing their talent and skill, bluffing their opponent, and playing heads up match for their entire bankroll.
That's exactly right. Olden day poker was the best. Like you said yesterday, that's how it all started. Heads up battles. And then we progressed into the larger formats, full ring poker.
Well, they didn't have enough poker tables to accommodate all these heads up matches, so they thought of starting a poker format where a lot of other players can also play at the same time. That is one of my conspiracy theory. As we see Mr. Chen go all in with King Five of Clubs, and Leng is gonna have pocket fours, and I
Oh
think
my
he's gonna
goodness.
snap it off, which is what we
Yes,
see.
that's exactly it. That's it, actually. This is the moment here. King 5 suited off Chen, going all in and at risk. Leng snapping it off with the pocket fours. Needs to dodge a king and a 5. Can he do it? And this will be his. Oh, sweaty flop. Leng still good. Oh my goodness. Chen finds it. Only way is a 10 or a 4 on the river. Can Leng find it for the victory? No, he can't. And we play on.
And the battle continues between these two players from China. Both very accomplished players, both having more than 100K in their live earnings. If any of our Asian friend is watching the stream, can you please tell us what are they chewing? Me and Richard are very curious to know what that thing is actually. As we go on to the next hand, you're watching the live coverage of our event number 9 happening in Red Dragon Poker Tour right from Jeju, South Korea. This is called Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty event, where we awarded the biggest bounty of 20 million Korean won, which accumulates to almost 15,000.
Whoa! How did this go in, Akshay? All in very quickly. King Queen suited of Leng. And Mr. Chen just dusted it off, one would say.
I don't know, it happened
And
too
this
quickly
is...
for me to see it.
Well, Chen all in and at risk with the Jack-8. Queen in the window. Does not look good so far for Leng. 2 diamonds on the board, of course, as well. Three outs for Chen to remain in this one. Otherwise, Leng will walk away the victor. And yes, just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Chen. And congratulations to your new champion, Mr. Leng. Akshay, wow.
Well, I don't know what happened there, but we have lost Chen, I believe, or haven't we? Well, our graphics do tell us that Mr. Leng does have Mr. Chen covered by some chips, and I literally don't know what happened in that hand. It was too quick, all in a call.
And there we
And
go. It
there
is
we go.
official. GG to Mr. Chen, and well done to Mr. Leng. You are now looking at your latest RDPT champion. This one is the Dragon Egg Mystery Bounty. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Absolute spectacle today, Akshay. What do you have to say?
I have been very impressed with how these players have played today, the bounty event, playing with full courage, not fearing anything. But do not forget to tune in tomorrow as we bring you the day one of our main event, which is gonna start around 3:30 p.m. Korea time. So do not forget to tune in.
Hi guys, I'm Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Guys, we have the winners of the Red Dragon tag team event right in front of me. All right, we're gonna ask them some questions and let's see what we can find out. Can you please introduce yourself? Can I have your name, please?
Nimochet.
Nimochet. And
Sandoy Surum.
okay, so how are you guys feeling right now?
Yeah, we are feeling very good. Got very lucky.
Very lucky?
And honestly played solid, I think.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And you? How are you feeling?
I'm so happy
Yeah.
because it's our first tournament in live.
First tournament live.
Yeah. So I'm so happy. I'm feeling so high.
Okay. First time in live poker and they won, guys. Remember that. So, I want to see if you guys know each other very well, okay? Because you guys are teammates, right? What is his favorite food?
It's Mongolian.
Mongolian food, tell me.
food. Soon.
Okay. Is it correct?
No.
No, not correct. Okay. Your turn. What is his favorite food?
It's only meat.
Meat? Is it meat?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, one more question. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. I will be sleepy.
Sleepy. Very sleepy.
For tomorrow.
So just gonna sleep. What about you? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, maybe one beer.
One beer.
Yes.
Two? We'll see. All right. Thank you guys very much. We have the winners of the Red Dragon Tag Team event. We'll see you soon.